Oh, what? I really did. Oh my! Okay, that's
You
all.
lucky bitch.
Hi, Papaya, everyone. Hi, Bruno. I see you're here as always, and you love the shoutouts. As always, shoutouts, you love them so much. And, I'm sorry about Olivia, but, the shoutout command only works for mods and above. So, you can't shout me out. Sadly, no. But yeah. Oh wow, of course you fucking redeem that the first thing you see me. Fuck you, of course, Bruno. Why am I surprised? Why am I surprised if that's what you want, huh? Why am I surprised? Hmm? Anyways. Posture check. Hydrate. What's the issue? No, there's no issue. This is for you, Bunlivia. Welcome back to everyone's favorite Sapphic Fox game. Please be happy. I can't believe we're finally here. It's been so long.
Ready? Okay, let me grab my keys.
Let's see, what's my playtime? My playtime is at 36 hours. 36 hours, and we're finally here. We've come to our journey's end. I can't believe it. It's been so long. So much fun. So many memories. We did so much together. We learned so much. It's great. Many emotions were done. And it's time for the final journey with Juliet, and hopefully not with Miho though. Hopefully not with Miho. Hopefully we'll get the DLC we're all waiting for and hoping to be made eventually. But until then, it's time. It's time. Chapter 5. Small Wonders. It is time. Can't believe it. I realize I can't see whether I'm muted or not because there's now a bar scrolling with my audio sources. That's fine. I am trusting that I'm not gonna be dead with my audio. So here we go. Small Wonders. All right. Never passed without much trouble as summer gets closer and it grows warmer outside. Life at the library is the same as ever, in a lot of ways. Mornings are for breakfast with Juliet, and the days are spent working, or with my friends. Juliet occasionally stays up late so she can help out around the library more, and get to know the patrons better. Aspen comes by when she can, sometimes only staying for a meal and sometimes spending the day with us. I shall lurk? Of course, fuck you. You're always lurking nonstop. SMH. Oh yeah, but Olivia, you'll be happy to know that I got the quotes working properly. I got quotes working for everyone. You can add them yourself now. Regrettably, I have to regrettably inform you that I got quotes working now, so have fun with those, Olivia. Have fun with those. I haven't seen Silver since Halloween, so over a month by now. But I'm sure she's still out there somewhere. It's the evenings that have changed the most for Juliet and me. We spend more time together, and not just at home. True to our word, we go for walks more often or out to dinner, and to other fun places too. We still spend plenty of quiet time with each other too, of course. The days are getting longer and longer, which means more sunlight for her to avoid. The whole month goes by like that, and so does the start of December. But before I know it, we're just a couple weeks away from the end of the year. I look out the window of the nearly empty shuttle as it takes Juliet and I out of Wellington. She sits beside me, reading quietly. The view outside is new to me, and watching the busy city streets gradually turns into a natural line highway, keeping me entertained. Nature-lined highway, I can't read. It's great. I'm glad for the sights, because we'll be traveling for a couple hours. It's a long way to the edge of the world. Wait, what? Huh? Why are we going to the edge of the world? Around the time it becomes too dark for me to see very well is when Juliet tucks the bookmark in her novel and closes it, peering out into the night beside me.
It's not too much longer, I think. I don't remember for sure, though.
It's alright. I'm having a good time. I don't mind long rides when I'm not stowing away in a cabinet or something.
That was how you first came to Wellington, right?
Yes, stowaway. We love stowaways.
Yup. Although, I think I had about as much legroom as the other passengers did that time. This bus is pretty comfy, though.
Indeed. I'm glad it runs through the night. Last time I made this journey, I flew.
That must have been really, really difficult and really tiring.
As a bat?
No, on a plane.
Yes, it's been that long.
Imagine planes existing. Crazy.
I'm not sure I could run that far, even as a fox.
I'm not sad. Easy face. No, don't do that to me.
Most people walked back then, which could take several days. I much prefer how it is now.
Me too. Even though it's my first time.
There are a handful of others on board the bus with us, most of them with bags and other belongings close by. We're probably the only ones who plan to be returning to Wellington tonight. We make a few other stops along the way. Someone gets off at each of them until it's just the two of us and the driver who remain.
Going all the way to the edge?
Yes.
Yes. We won't be descending, though.
Been a while since I've gone that far. You're heading back after, then?
We intend to. I'm saying goodbye to a friend. Will there still be shuttles operating in a couple hours?
I'll wait for you. Otherwise, you could be sitting around all night.
Aw, thanks. We appreciate it. But don't you have other things to do, sir?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Don't you have other things to do? Like, you have a life?
Sure. We'll be there before too long.
But driver, do you have a life? Don't you have things to do? You're just gonna sit there for hours doing jack shit? Huh? Driver, are you sure about this? The farther we go, the narrower the roads start to become. The trees and foliage also thin out until they practically disappear. Finally, the shuttle pulls into a small, unpaved lot. Juliet leaves her book on her seat, and the two of us disembark. There, under the moonlight, I get my first look at the overworld's edge. The metal fence runs along the abyss, seeming to stretch forever in either direction. It's similar to the ones at the top of Mount Victoria, but much taller. Out beyond the fences, the open air, and nothing else. Just pure, endless nothingness. More stars than I've ever seen in my life decorate the sky. It's windier here than it is in the city, windy enough to be loud. A short footpath leads past a small empty building. Grass covers the area where we are, but fades into dirt and rock not too far away. The path entered a small entryway that makes the only gap in the fence. It's nicer than the rest of the area. I can't imagine the lift itself has changed very much since Juliet first arrived here. A shadowy figure stands there, waiting for Juliet. I gently nudge her forward.
Take your time.
Thank you, dear. I'll try not to be too long.
I watch as she strides along, beating with Ezekiel in the shadow of the ark. I knew coming out here that their competition would be between them alone. I want both of them to be able to say whatever they want to each other without worrying about me eavesdropping. Besides, I'm more interested in exploring. While the two of them talk, I decide to look around. I head over to the barrier. It sits right at the edge of the void, close enough so that I can peer over the I could peer over the side. There's not much to see, though. Only stone and darkness. The underworld is down there. Far, far below. But it's invisible from here. I wonder what the view is like during the day. Probably the same, but with blue skies instead of black. Nowadays, most Fable travel between the overworld and underworld on much faster elevators or use magical means. There are even airships that go up and down between the two. This is the first lift that I've ever heard of that's this old and slow. I doubt there are many of them left anymore. Still, it's not a surprise that this is how Juliet's friend would want to return. It probably exists for people like him, who are old enough to remember how things used to be. I've heard that on some of the overworld's other edges, seas, oceans spill over the sides like waterfall, or towns are built on smaller shards of floating stone. It's a little boring here in comparison. I'd like to see the underworld at some point. I'm not sure that I'd want to live there, but maybe I'll change my mind when I go. I'm sure that Juliet and I will visit it together someday. Now that I'm not dreading the thought of leaving Wellington behind, I can appreciate the idea of moving castles and magic forests more than I could before. I walked for a while, following the rail, as it's impossible to get lost. It turns out that things aren't any more exciting further along, though. Just more grass and dirt. Eventually, I go back in the direction I came from, and it's not too long before I hear the distant sound of the lift departing. When I get back to the starting point, I find Juliet standing alone as the lift slowly descends. I walk to her side.
Ah, there you are. I was wondering where you'd gone. Thank you for waiting for me.
Of course. I just walked for a bit, but there wasn't much to see. How'd it go?
We said what I expect will be our last goodbyes. He goes eagerly to a well-deserved rest.
How do you feel? Are you okay?
I am. I'm grateful for everything. In the end, our paths diverged, and we're both going our separate ways without any regrets.
I don't say it, but I'm sure Juliet's thinking the same thing. Ezekiel was her last tie to her former life. Her former lives, even. Now it's just her and I, and the infinite possibilities ahead of us. From here on out, the future is what we create. Linking hands, we look out at the stars together. They twinkle and shine just for us.
Can you see the stars from the underworld?
Not like this. Not so bright and bold and infinite.
I'd miss them if I couldn't see them anymore.
As would I. As would I.
As one, we return to the waiting shuttle and the long ride back to the library. By the time we arrive, both of us are exhausted. Lately, we've been on the same schedule more often, not just so she can spend more time at the library, but so we can be awake at the same time too. She has to take midday naps every now and then to make it work, but that doesn't seem to bother her too much. Before we go inside, Juliet stops me with a gentle touch. Turns to me, and I gaze up sleepily, just as she leans in to kiss me. Even through the layers of fog settling in my brain, I'm able to appreciate the softness of her hands and the warmth of her lips. Put my own hand on her shoulder, steady myself, and just to feel closer to her. She pulls away. We still remain close together.
Thank you, Miho, for going with me today. And for giving me a reason to come back.
Oh, look at the little blush. Look at their blushes. That's so cute. Look at their little blushies. Oh my god. Little blushies. What a time.
Thanks for making me want to stay. I'd like to go there with you. Someday. But... right now...
Now turns into a big yawn. Juliet smiles.
I agree. Right now, let's
That's
just
cute.
get some sleep.
That was cute. That was cute. That was very cute. Very cute yawn. Very cute Miho yawn. Meemo, we love Meemo. Cute Meemo yawn. When I wake up for breakfast, I find Juliet frowning in the kitchen.
Morning! What's wrong?
There's the fridge door open and is looking into it intently.
Good morning. It isn't a big deal, but I could have sworn there was still half a block of cheese left that I was going to serve with breakfast today. But now I can't find it.
Not the cheese! No! The cheese! Not the block of cheese.
Did you have it for a snack?
Nope. Maybe we ate the rest of it yesterday. There was cheese on our sandwiches for dinner.
That must be it. I just forgot.
If there was a half a block of cheese, and they only had sandwiches with cheese on it, how much cheese do they have on their sandwich? That doesn't add up. How big was that block of cheese?
It's okay. I'm fine with toast and eggs like always.
Coming right up.
But Juliet prepares food and make us some tea. Juliet still does some of the cooking, most of the cooking, but tea has become my responsibility a lot of the time. I like it, because it gives me a way to help contribute to our meal. I've even been cooking for myself sometimes, although Juliet's food is still way tastier. Naturally, breakfast is good, even without any cheese. Once we are done eating, and just sitting together, Juliet reaches over and takes my hand.
Miho, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Sure. What's up?
Earlier this morning, I saw that I'd received a reply to a message that I never expected to be
Oh,
answered.
is it time? Is it time for the nice signature? Is it signature time?
A couple months ago, I managed
It
to find
is!
someone online that I thought might be related to your friend Zhongying, and
It's
reached out to
time.
confirm. They never got back to
It's
me,
family time.
and so I didn't mention it to you. But then today, she finally responded and said that yes, they are distant relatives. She said that if you'd like to talk with her, she'd be happy to tell you a bit about Xiangying, or at least what she knows. Is that something you'd like to do?
Give me a second. Do typing. I put the wrong things. There we go. Oh, I misspelled the link. With, 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 with. I fucking can't spell. Jesus Christmas. There we go. With, or, bruh. Anyways, back to the game.
Oh,
Done with typing in my inverted
wow.
spell.
I guess you wouldn't be shocked that I never even thought about them maybe having a family.
I thought that might be the case. You're welcome to think about it and get back to me later.
In my mind, Jung-in was always alone. But with me. They belonged to the forest, and to the rest of the world equally. But it makes sense that they weren't really alone, if they had people who loved them too. It appears to me that there's so much I don't know about Jung-in. Really, I barely know anything. Every minute shared with me only represented a very small part of their life. In a sense, they may as well be a stranger. Doing random things. Why am I doing this now? I don't know. Actually, I don't even know how to do this right now, so never mind. I'm a little afraid that knowing more about them could change how I feel about them too. But I decided that's a risk I'm willing to take. I'd rather know more about who they really are.
Nah, I don't need to. I'd like to talk to her.
Wonderful. I'll let her know then. I believe she's in America, so our times are fairly different. Shall I see if tomorrow evening would work?
Sure, that sounds good. Thanks. And thanks for tracking her down and messaging her in the first place.
It's my pleasure. It's what I specialize in, after all.
It is what you specialize in. That's fair.
I'll let you know tonight if I hear back from her.
Okay, I hope she responds soon. I'm gonna be thinking about it all day.
If I hear from her earlier, I'll let you know right away. For now, let's go open up the library.
Right.
Juliet and I both go back up to the front and settle down for another day of work. Working with your girlfriend. What a time. Later that night, I find myself lying awake, looking at the ceiling. Juliet's out running some late-night errands, so I'm home alone by myself. Tomorrow, I'm going to talk to someone related to Jung-in. It's kind of hard to believe. Juliet told me around dinner time that she'd heard back from the person she had emailed and set up a time for us to chat. I don't know how much she'll be able to tell me, since they're only distant relatives. Still, anything will be nice to know. I hadn't been expecting to learn much more than that. I hadn't been expecting to learn much more about them at all. As I'm lying there, thinking about what I'll ask tomorrow, I hear a muffled thump from the kitchen downstairs. I sit up. It's a little early for Juliet to be back. Maybe she forgot something? That doesn't seem likely, though. I move silently as I go up and as I get up and leave my room. Practice when it comes to being stealthy, but some things just come naturally. It's dark downstairs, just like we left it when we opened up. We closed up for the night, and I went to bed. I tiptoe over to the kitchen, peering into the darkness. Juliet's not there, nor is anything else out of the ordinary. I looked for it could have made that noise, and finally, I noticed Juliet's parasol lying on the floor. It must have fallen over and hit the counter or something, as it did so. But what made it fall over? Suddenly, the door to the fridge swings open, on its own. Light shines out. Light shines out of it, revealing nothing. I pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming. But right before my eyes, an apple and half a sandwich that I made earlier float up off the shelf and into the open air, and the door shuts behind them, bringing back the darkness. The apple and sandwich float out of the kitchen and towards the front of the library, turning the corner and disappearing into the book room. I swallow. Some kind of magic is clearly at work here, but I don't know what kind. I consider going upstairs to get my phone and call Juliet. I'm curious gets the better of me. Quickly but quietly, I follow in the same direction, poking my head around just in time to see the food float behind one of the far shelves. I take deep breaths as I move towards it, feeling my old fight-or-flight instincts kicking in for the first time in months. Pressing my back against the shelf, I slowly peer around the corner. Sitting on the ground, with his back against the wall, is a young girl. Her pointed ears mark her as some kind of fabled, rather than a human. She has the apple in one hand and the sandwich in another, and a ragged blanket beneath her. She takes a noisy bite of the apple, smacking her lips as she chews, followed by a noisy bite of a sandwich. Ow. Whatever I was expecting, it wasn't a kid. I jerk backwards in surprise, so startled that my shoulder bumps against a bookshelf, causing a couple of books to fall onto the sides with every smack. I put my head back around to see the girl drop the apple in fright, her eyes going huge. I step out in front of her, about to ask her name, or what she's doing. Ah! Screams. We screaming. We screaming. We screaming. The girl screams, taking me by surprise too. In an instant, she disappears from sight. One sec she's there, and the next she's gone. The fuck? Oh shit, a ghost!
What the?
I hear footsteps and feel the air move as she rushes past me, and I realize what's happening. She can turn invisible!
Hey, wait!
I reach out in the direction I think she is, but grab only empty air. I don't even know what I'd have done if I somehow caught her. Running towards the front, I arrive just in time to see the front door open and close immediately, and she hurries outside. I follow, throwing the door wide open as I go, with a step out into the front porch, though I know she's already gone. Studying the darkness, I look for any sign of her, but don't see or hear her. For all I know, she could be right next to me. I consider calling to her, but I'm sure she wouldn't even believe anything I'd have to say. What would I say? Judging by the blanket, she was probably planning to sleep in the library. What she chose wasn't too far from the one I picked when I was going to do the same thing. The missing cheese from this morning makes sense now, too. How long has she been doing this? It's possible that other food has gone missing too, and we just didn't notice. I don't know how old she is, but it was clear that she's just a child. Did she run away from home or something? Or does she not have one? It's a comfortable night. It's a comfortable night out without any threat or rain, which is a relief, but I know that even the best night outside doesn't really compare to having a roof over your head. I stay out front for a little while longer, but of course, she doesn't come back. Or at least she doesn't show herself. Eventually, I returned to the spot where she was hiding. The apple lay on its side, already turning brown in the one spot where a bite was taken. Cheese, tomato, and mayonnaise stick to the floor. The sandwich fell apart, with the slices of bread nearby. I clean everything up, tossing the dirty food into the trash. Then I make another sandwich and grab another apple, wrapping those in a paper towel, just like when I took some food to Silver. I also grab a ratty blanket. A ratty blanket? It has holes running through lots of it, and doesn't feel very warm to begin with. I fold it up and go back outside, setting it down on the edge of the porch along with the food. Then I return to my room. From my bedroom window, I have a clear view of the path to the library. I watch for a while, waiting to see if the girl returns. But she doesn't. Maybe I scared her away for good? If I had been in her position, I probably wouldn't come back anytime soon. Eventually, my eyes get heavy and I lie down, settling into bed. Wherever the girl is out there, I hope she's able to get some decent sleep. Juliet's waiting with a smile to greet me for breakfast.
Good morning, my love. Did you sleep well?
Ooh, my love. Ooh, nice, my love. Ooh, I like that.
Good morning, my love. Did you sleep well?
Morning. Actually, you'll never guess what happened.
I tell her all about the events of last night. As I expected, Juliet seems more concerned about the girl's condition than she is the stolen food. Marie creases her brow as she serves us our meal.
Did you see a blanket with food on it when you got home?
No, I didn't. So I suppose she must have returned at some point then.
That's good to hear that she got some food in a blanket, kind of.
Yeah.
That or a wild animal took it. I look around the room. Once again, it's possible she's right with us, but not revealing herself.
Maybe I'll see her again. If I do, what should I say?
I'm not entirely sure. I can only imagine that a child who has to steal food is living with difficult circumstances. But without knowing what those are, it's hard to say how we could help her.
Or if she even needs help.
That as well.
Of course, Juliet goes straight to offering assistance, without even thinking about it. That's basically where my thoughts were headed to, though. From the moment I stood upright, I had my survival instincts to keep me safe, and I was able to adapt to my new life as a thief pretty quickly. It's possible that this girl has been living the same way for a long time, but still, she's too young to have to.
Well, I'll keep an eye out. If I do see her, I can try to learn more about her. At the very least, maybe we can find out where she came from.
Yes, I think that would be for the best. I'll keep an eye out as well. On a lighter note, this arrived for you yesterday.
Huh? Juliet retrieved a small envelope from the kitchen counter and hands it to me. I must have gotten it from the mail this morning. I take it and look over the names. It's the first time I've ever seen something addressed to me.
It's from Cello!
It's from Cello! Juliet nods happily. I forgot all about my promise to keep in touch with her. I'm glad she remembered. I use a nail, nice, to carefully open the envelope and slice out the folded paper inside. Slide out, I'll slice. Slide out the folded paper inside. I can read English.
Dear Ms. Miho, how have you been? Life here in Amarina has been very busy ever since we got back from our trip. First of all, you and Ms. Juliet might be glad to know that we got a perfect score on our project.
Woo!
Even our teacher said that she learned a lot about Wellington. It was a little embarrassing to put on a play like that, but I had fun in the end. I think Pippa did too, although she would never admit it. And of course Armand had a great time. He can't stop talking about how he'd like to visit Wellington again. If you see him arrive on the library's doorstep, please take good care of him. For some reason, he and Pippa only seem to be able to remember Ms. Juliet. I guess that probably doesn't surprise you, though. I promise that I won't forget, at least. Since coming back to Amarina, I've been trying to find a special place that makes it feel more like home. Although I'm still looking, I've seen a lot more of the town than I would have otherwise. I still miss the ocean, but I'm learning to love the rivers and canals more. If you ever come to Amarina, you'll have to try riding one of the gondolas. Usually I prefer swimming, but being on one of the boats was nice too. One of the companies that runs them even has a cute cat mascot, and he'll let you pet him if you're nice.
Ooh, cats. I love cats. Cats are nice.
I hope that you're doing well too. I'm looking forward to hearing about anything exciting that's happened. Please say hello to Ms. Juliet for me, and Happy New Year to both of you. Your friend, Cello.
Friend! Friend! When I finished reading, I took the letter back into its envelope so it won't get damaged.
She said she's doing good. They got a good grade on their project. She also wanted me to tell you hello and Happy New Year.
That's very sweet of her. I'm glad to hear their play was well received.
Me too. She also said she's starting to like the town she lives in more too.
Having some time away probably helped give her a bit more perspective. It's nice that she's finally settling in.
I put the letter safely in my pocket so it won't get damaged. I'll write a reply when I can. Our food has gone a little cold because of all the talking, so we eat quickly before it gets much later. After that, it's time to start work and the rest of our normal routine. Between my upcoming call this evening and the mystery of the hiding girl, there's a lot on my mind, and I'm sure on Juliet's too. Still, even though the hours pass by slowly, I make it through another day until it's almost time for my call. Family time! It's family time! When it's finally time for my meeting, Juliet helps me get set up on her computer, then lets me take it on to my room. I adjust the screen until I see it properly, and then I wait. My nervousness keeps building until I nearly jump when the call finally comes, though. As the ringtone plays, I take a deep breath, and then hit accept. Tiny person-shaped bubble in the notification dissolves, and for a second, there's just a black screen. Then a woman appears. When the image comes into focus, she's squinting at the screen, probably waiting just like me. And then she smiles and waves as she's able to see me.
Hello!
Hi, I'm Miho. Nice to meet you. Thanks for talking to me.
I'm Minsa. No problem.
I mean, so...
Gotta say, I was shocked when I got your friend's email at first. I thought it was gonna turn out to be some kind of scam, and eventually she'd ask for money. I'm still a bit confused, though. So you were friends with my ancestor?
Yes. It's very simple. I was a fox.
Sort of. I met them when I was really young. I was
Very
just
simple.
a regular fox back then.
Very simple, very simple. It's very simple.
Wait. A fox, like with 4 legs and pointy ears?
I still got pointy ears. And 2 legs.
Yeah. After I met Jong-in, I turned into the person I am today.
I'm watching you, Olivia. I'm watching you.
Whoa. So that was a long time ago, huh? But you look even younger than me. Oh, that's just not fair.
The pointy ears still stand though. I still got pointy ears nonetheless. And 2 legs. still got my pointy ears, lol, and 2 legs. Not gonna show you my legs, that's weird. No leg reveal, it's weird. My hair's on my neck again. I love when my hair just goes in my goddamn chest and just stabs me in my collar. Great.
Trust me, it has its downsides.
Both of us laugh, and I can't help but be relieved that it already feels easy to talk to.
That explains a lot, at least. So, Jong-in. You're the second person to ask me about them this year, you know? That's 2 times more than most years.
Who was the first?
These guys at some archaeological society who are putting on an exhibition. They wanted permission to display some of their old works.
And see, you're already having fun with the. So you're already using the quotes now. Having fun with the 3rd quote. Wow, what a time! And about legs. Interesting choice, Olivia. Interesting choice.
Are you the only family they have?
The only one who can use a computer, at least. The only reason I know any of the history is because I had to. Should I tell you everything I know and then you can ask me any questions? No promises if I'll be able to answer them, though.
Sure, that works for me.
BC face. I'm not making any of these faces. I'm being not neutral. BC face. I'm not sad, angry, not smiling randomly. What are you doing?
Let's see. Well, I'm not related to them by blood, for one thing. They didn't have any kids of their own.
Is this BC face's way of telling me that I'm a resting bitch face? Damn. That sucks. That's sad. Just
They
RBF.
got married and they and their wife adopted several children. I'm related to one of those kids. They were part of the Young Bun class, a noble and a scholar.
I like how Jong-in is just never given a gender. At all. They're just constantly referred to as they. But they have a wife. We love women. Wives Pog. Wives Pog.
But rather than be stuck at home suffering through court life, they hid their identity and snuck away to travel the world instead.
Minso speaks with a practiced tone. If she's given the speech a few times, still I listen with rapt attention, memorizing every detail.
They spent years on the go, seeing everything they could, before finally coming back home to Korea to settle down and start a family. While they were away, they kept a journal and wrote letters back to their beloved. Although calligraphy was something they were taught from a young age, they began practicing as an artist during their travels. Sometimes the letters they sent would include paintings of the things they'd seen, or they'd include little drawings in their journal. Something else that they started to do was give a note to the people they met on their journey, with a little message of appreciation or wishes. My husband always says they remind him of fortune cookies.
Oh, I actually have one of those scrolls myself.
I brought my scroll down from my room just in case it came up like this. I unfurl it for the first time in, well, since Halloween. Please be happy. Turn the scroll around and hold it up to the camera so Minso can see. She leans in again, looking close.
Yeah, that's definitely theirs, all right. And they gave it to you when you were just a fox?
Yeah. Although, I couldn't read it until a couple months ago.
God, it's so hard to read their handwriting, right? I'm like, if they were born today, they totally would have been a doctor. I have a few of them myself, although they're up in the office. Grandma has like 90. She says she has one for every year she's been alive, and I definitely believe that.
It took me so long to understand what the fuck that line meant. If they were here today, they'd definitely be a doctor. I was like, I never understood that until like recently. Like, what do you mean? Why would they be a doctor? Then I realized, oh yeah, doctors have fucking shit handwriting when they write prescriptions and shit. I was like, yes, this is what you'll need. Just scribbles every fucking thing. Yeah, this is what you'll need. This is yeah. Just gives you hands paper. Look at the paper, just fucking 3 lines. Yes. This is my prescription. 3 lines. Great. I don't know why I looked mad, Bruno. Ask VC face. Ask VC face.
Jeez, that's a lot. How many did they give out altogether?
It's like it says I'm angry right now, but I'm not. I'm making a very neutral face. VC face need to figure out what face I'm making and just stop. Figure out what I'm doing with my face and just let me be normal, VC face. I don't want to recalibrate the expressions again.
Who knows? If someone told me it was thousands, I'd believe them. I don't know if they gave one to every person they met, but it must have been close.
Huh. I thought mine must be pretty rare.
It's still special. However many there were, I'm sure most haven't lasted this long. Not everyone got a full scroll either. But, no. They're not some priceless artifacts that'll sell for a ton of money or something. Otherwise, I'd be talking to you from a mansion by the beach.
That's fine. I'd never sell mine anyway. It's way too important to me.
Yeah, I figured. I'm sure it wasn't easy to keep.
That's for sure.
Bruh.
We've been through a lot together.
I keep reading that auto just stop. Good. Like, yeah, yes, you're agreeing now.
I'm sure that's what they would have wanted.
For a while, Minso tells me about Jong-in's adventures. Even though it's hard for me to picture some of the people and places involved, I still pay close attention. Then, all of a sudden, Minso's eyes go wide like she had some huge revelation.
Oh, I'm an idiot! Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to show you.
Once I see what rap means, but it's not like really on a list. Yeah, these are not really lists at all. The quotes, these are not lists. Partially connected. OBS is yeah. I know you're not connected to OBS. No, actually, I don't need the OBS connection. Anyways, back to this. Back to focusing on the game. She gets up and runs off screen, leaving with a view of an empty chair and a bookshelf, and instead, I look down at my scroll. Somehow, I'd always assumed it was one of a kind, or at least something rare and meaningful. But somehow finding out that it wasn't the case doesn't really bother me. Instead, it's nice to think that they met so many people to be grateful. Instead, it's nice to think that they met so many people to be grateful to, or who left an important impact on them. If there were thousands of scrolls like mine out there, then that's not a bad thing at all. After a few seconds, Minso returns to the computer and sits down carrying a scroll herself.
This is one that I had in the office. I can't believe I didn't think about this sooner. Sometimes they'd include a butterfly in their signature or hide one in their paintings because they said they were inspired by butterflies to travel with the wind. But then, at some point, instead of butterflies, they started to include something else instead. Can you see her?
She holds the scroll up to her camera like I did, focused on one of the bottom corners. There, just below where they signed their name, a little picture of a fox. Of me? Mo?
I should have thought of it when you mentioned foxes earlier. At one point, they started using the alias Horim for their work. I don't know if you speak any Korean, but Horim means fox forest. After they started using that name, foxes would show up in their art for the rest of their life.
Drawing consists of just a few brush strokes that make a head, and ears, and face. Still, it feels like seeing a photograph of myself. I can picture them smiling as they drew it, as they thought of me. I always wondered if our time together was as important to them as it was for me. Hearing that they chose that name practically confirms it.
Thanks for showing me.
I can feel the threat of tears, but somehow I managed to keep my composure.
No problem. Grandma's gonna freak out when I tell her I talked to you. I've told you basically all I know, but were there any questions you had?
Yeah, I did have one. I'm a little afraid to know, but
I took a deep breath. They were human, so my question is only natural. But still. Exhaling, I make myself ask.
how'd they die?
Minso smiled.
Old and peacefully. Their wife outlived them, but not by too long. They had the typical funeral that was expected when they passed away, but then they actually had one final secret request to their family. They wanted to be cremated. Back then, it was basically unheard of, especially for someone of their stature. But they really wanted it to be done so that they could have their ashes scattered. That way, the wind could pick them up, and they could keep traveling forever.
So then... it sounds like they were happy.
Oh yeah. They told their kids that they had no regrets, because they'd live as full and rewarding a life as they could.
I'm afraid that if I try to say too much, I'll start to cry. So I'll just nod instead while I find my voice.
I'm glad to know that.
Of course, of course. It's only right that you know, considering how many foxes showed up in their work.
I think Minso can tell that I'm having a tough time holding it together because her voice takes a more sympathetic tone.
Was there anything else you wanted to know?
I don't think so. You told me everything I wanted to ask. I only found out their name a couple months ago. Until then, I just thought of them as my person in my head. So, really, I've learned a lot more than I could have hoped for.
Well, I'm happy to help. Your friend has my contact info, so you can message me anytime if you think of anything else. I guess if you think about it, you and I are kind of like family, right? Since it sounds like they raised you just as much as they raised their kids, like my the whatever.
Really?
She laughs.
Sure, why not? The more the merrier, right? I think that's how they would have seen it too.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Family. I mean, I have a girlfriend, but family is something new to me. It's never called as sisters, but just barely. Soundbite. I wonder where that's from. Wow. A soundbite? Wow.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
It makes my heart warm.
No problem. I'm sure we'll talk again, so I won't say goodbye. Instead, how about see you later?
I'd like that. Although, there's just one thing.
What's that?
I explain my magic and how everyone forgets me after a day. Nodding sympathetically, Minzo agrees to join my list of people who check in with me every day. I'm glad she's so understanding, but it's just another reminder that I need to find a better, more permanent solution for people forgetting me. The second our call ends, I let out the sob I was holding back. That I was done crying over Jong-in, but apparently not. Except this time it's the good kind of crying. After all my searching and even after their death, I finally got the answer to the question my heart wanted to know. They cared about me too. I try to imagine what their home must have been like, their wife and kids. I'm sure they were all smiles. Still, it's difficult for me to imagine how they looked. Instead, I can picture them, traveling just like when we met, going from place to place freely, wherever the wind took them. Just like me, really. Someday, I'd like to return to some of the places that I've been before and see them properly, instead of just blindly searching for one person and ignoring everything else. I'd like to visit them with some of the same wonder that Jong-in felt. More than anything, I wish I could tell them about what I've experienced and learned on this path that they set me down. Even though I can't, there's one thing that I can now say for sure. They've been proud of me. Hydrate. Okay, here you go. Head pats. Thank you, thank you. Did tits go off? I didn't hear tits. It did go off, thank you. Thanks for the chalk. Okay, first hydrate. Ow. Thank you very much. Thank you both Possum and Olivia for throwing a thing at my face. Posture check. And alright. Back to the video games. There were no tears. There are no tears, Possum, but I appreciate the hydrate nonetheless. Gotta reposition myself real quick. There we go. After I finished my call with Minso, I ended up going for a walk. It's the best thing for me to clear my head when I'm overwhelmed by my emotions. I'm glad to know that Jong-in was just the kind of person I always imagined them to be. Warm, loving, and always looking for the next venture. Knowing that, I feel like I finally have some closure. Not that I ever doubted them, but it's good to hear from someone who knows for sure. As I pass through the Wellington streets, I can't help but think of the girl from the library. She reminds me too much of myself, scared and alone and struggling to get by. It's because we have so much in common that I know helping her will be difficult. The only reason I accepted Juliet's kindness was because she tracked me all the way down to my den, and because I was confident enough in my ability to get away that things went wrong. If things went wrong, well, that turned out to be the best decision I ever made. At the time, I was full of doubt. I can't really blame the girl if she feels the same way. Passing by the Bell House, an idea strikes me. If I can't earn her trust with words, maybe I could try something else. Sweets, perhaps? Perhaps some sweets? I stop by another bakery and buy a side of decent-looking chocolate cake. A slice, not a side, a slice of decent chocolate cake. The person who cuts it for me places it on a fancy box with a ribbon on top. It cost me several hours of wages, so it better be good. I'm sorry. A slice of chocolate cake costs you several hours of wages. How expensive was that cake? Or how expensive was that cake? With my bait in hand, I return to the library and wait until nightfall to put my plan into action. I sure hope she is. I sure hope she's obeying minimum wage laws in Wellington. I fill Juliet in on the details, and we agree that it'd be better for her to stay upstairs, just so there's less chance of the girl catching on and getting spooked. We haven't had any more food go missing or move around today, so I'm not even sure if she's around. I keep an eye out for the scuffed blanket or any kind of other indicators, but don't see anything out of the ordinary. Well, I won't be too disappointed if I end up making it. Well, I won't be too disappointed if I end up having to eat the cake for myself. After finishing dinner, I take the slice out of the box and put it on a plastic plate, and then put that back into the fridge, and then I go up to my room and wait. I watch TV for a while, but keep the volume low, and rest my eyes without actually falling asleep. I keep my door open just a tiny bit, but not enough that it would be obvious from downstairs. Finally, around midnight, I hear noise from below. I crawl out of my room and down to the kitchen, where a tiny bit of light is emanating from the fridge. Sure enough, it's the girl again. This time, she doesn't bother taking her prize back to the shelf or even turning it invisible. She just stands on the plain sight with the plate in one hand. She devours the cake and not even bothering to use a fork. Instead, she just uses her fingers, tearing off one bit at a time. Her recent hands are covered in chocolate and frosting. She's so distracted that she doesn't even notice me approaching, although I make sure not to block her off from the front door so she doesn't feel trapped.
Hey.
Yo-ho! Her reaction is the same as yesterday, bug-eyed, and she drops the plate and then what is left of the cake. And she hops backwards before realizing she's just put herself further away from the exit. I stay still, other than holding up one hand to show that I won't mean any harm.
It's okay. You're not in any trouble. I bought that cake for you.
I try to keep my voice calm and low, as close to how Juliet usually talks as I can manage. The girl whips her head back and forth, probably looking for anyone else who might be hiding from her, as she angles herself towards the door. She doesn't turn invisible, at least.
I won't try to stop you if you want to leave, but I was hoping I could talk to you.
The girl stares at me mistrustfully from the other side of the room. I wonder if she can even understand me. Lower my hands to my sides, I maintain my distance, trying to look as not so scary as possible.
I'm gonna turn on the lights, okay?
In response, I decide to just go for it and flip them on. Although she blinks at the sudden brightness, it doesn't make her run any further.
You were hiding out in the library, right? And sleeping on the floor?
More staring, I notice that she doesn't have her blanket with her.
It's okay. I'm not mad. Neither is Juliet, the other person who lives here. Maybe you've seen her around.
At least the girl gives a slow nod. Seeing that's a good sign, I put on my friendliest smile.
I did the same thing before. I was hiding behind some of the shelves and Juliet found me. I thought she was gonna kick me out, but she was actually really nice. She let me stay in one of her extra beds and even gave me some food too. I bet you're so hungry, right? Even after the cake?
Another reluctant nod. Hasn't moved at all since I started talking.
I can make you a sandwich or something if you want. That's what Juliet made for me. Do you want one?
Seems like you're talking to a dog. Although I guess this is the equivalent of Happy from Aspen Route. It feels weird. This time she doesn't respond, just stares at me from afar.
You don't have to if you don't want it. We just want to help you out, since it seemed like you might be in trouble.
Finally, the girl points at me.
Ain't you a wolf?
Well, I'm a wolf, but Meemo isn't a wolf. I'm a wolf, though. Meemo is not. I'm gonna save that because I'm saving this. Give me a second. I say I'm saving this as if I'm actually saving. I'm not saving anything. I'm just like isolating the sound clip.
Ain't you a wolf?
And they're doing absolutely nothing with it. At all.
Am I... Huh?
Huh?
Am I... Huh? Your ears. Wolves eat little girls.
It takes me a second to process what she said. At least she can talk.
Oh, no. I'm not a wolf. I'm a fox. Look.
That's not the best. Miho, don't. This. No, okay then. I put my arms out and transform, shifting into a fox. The girl's eyes go wide again, even bigger than when she was running away. I turn a small circle to show her fluffing out my tails. But I don't even get any closer. Then I change back. Boop.
See? I've never eaten someone. Promise.
The girl watches me, trying to decide if she believes me or not. Even though she's so young, I can imagine what she must be thinking and feeling right now. Trying to weigh up the dangers of sticking around versus just getting out while she can. I couldn't really blame her if she decides not to trust me. Even though I'm being honest, there's no way she could know that for sure. It's a dangerous world out there. It's dangerous!
I can change too. Watch.
What? Oh, never mind. That's normal. I was like, what? Oh yeah, you just turn invisible. Yeah, deep breath, she puffs out her cheeks and then disappears from sight.
Whoa. That's really cool. Bet it comes in handy a lot, huh?
Ow. Thanks for the water. I'm not sure why I'm not hearing the hydrate sound when I'm being thrown at that, but I know I'm being hydrated. Weird. Weird. Hydrate sound effects. Bizarre. What just happened? Oh, Coco is online. Cool. She reappears a few steps away from where she started. She nods.
Before I started living here, I had to steal all my meals too. I would have loved to be able to turn invisible like you can.
She nods again. I can see her relax a little bit, slashing her shoulders, although I'm sure she'd still take off if I made one false move. I just have to keep going and stop if it seems like she gets uncomfortable.
Anyway, my name's Miho. What's yours?
Lyra.
Hi, Lyra.
Lyra. That's a nice name. Do you want me to make you that sandwich?
Swallowing, she licks her lips.
You can come with me. Or I can bring it to you out here.
Why?
Why what?
Why are you being nice to me?
No, we're not. Looking at her face, I can see the conflicting emotions. Desire to say yes, while also being so uncertain. I probably asked Juliet that same question back then.
Because someone was nice to me once. More than once, actually. They helped me out when they didn't have to. Even after I stole from one of them. I'll bet you were only stealing food and hiding because you have to, right? I know how that feels. That's why I won't stop you if you want to go too.
Whatever risk she's calculating, she finally arrives at the same decision I did back then.
Okay. I want it.
Okay. Is the same kind as last night fine?
Yeah.
Opening the fridge, I take out the jar of mayonnaise and some slices of cheese, a tomato, and enough bread for 2 sandwiches. After a bit of thought, I take out a few slices of salami too. I cut up the tomatoes as best as I could, although the slices aren't as even or as pretty as when Juliet does it. Then I lay out the bread on 2 plates, putting a layer of mayonnaise and a couple of slices.
That's too much.
Huh?
That's too much! That's too much! That's too much!
That's too much.
Huh?
I turn around to see the girl watching me from the entrance of the kitchen, hands on her hips.
I don't want that much mayonnaise.
I didn't fuck. I put 2 minus of accident because I was tired of just muting myself and muting myself.
Oh. Okay.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. I see how it is.
I don't want that much mayonnaise.
Oh. Okay.
We love the voice actors in this game. Oh, okay. I see how it is. Okay then. Well, at least she doesn't have any problems with saying what she wants. I use the flat edge of the knife to scrape off some of the spread from one of the sandwiches and then layer the cheese and potatoes on top. Tomatoes. After cutting them both in half, I walked towards Lyra to give her her plate without thinking, the utensils up, every misstep.
Here you go.
Oh, whoopsies. I lean forward and stretch my arms out, handing it to her from as far away as I can. She cautiously takes it, backing up a step as soon as it's in her hands. We both eat our sandwiches in silence, watching each other from opposite sides of the kitchen. Ow. Ow. She finishes her whole snack in the time it takes me to eat just half of mine, smacking her lips loudly as she chews. I was joking when I did mine. Yum, 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 yum. I'm still muted, am I not? I'm not. Am I? I can't tell. What am I looking at? I'm not. We're fine. I just fucking cut. I'm just cut off just enough so I can't see the freaking waveform of my voice. Yum, 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 yum. When she's done, I hold out my hand for her plate. She cautiously gives it to me. I put both the dirty dishes into the sink.
Now what?
Nah.
Now, that's a good question.
I had no idea how this whole thing would go, so I didn't plan it out too much. This is probably the part where I should enlist some backup.
Is it okay if I go get my girlfriend? She's the one who owns this place. She'll definitely want to talk to you too.
The vampire lady?
That's her.
Okay.
That's the girl. Don't wear her out. She gives me a wide berth as I leave the kitchen, even though it requires putting myself far away from the front door.
You can sit down if you want. Wherever's most comfy for you. I'll be right back.
Hi, Papaya, girlfriend. I head up to Juliet's study, where the door swings open. As I approach, she's waiting for me on the other side. I step through and close her behind me. I'm not sure if pointy ears helps Lyra to hear better, but just in case, I keep my door closed. My voice low and the door closed.
The girl and I have been talking for a bit. Her name's Lyra. She said she's okay if you come down too now.
The vampire lady heard. You handled that marvelously.
The vampire lady! Love this game. I love this game.
Thanks. I just tried to think about what you would say for the most part. It helps that I know how she probably feels right now.
Yep.
I'm sure your sincerity helped a lot. For what it's worth, I don't think I could have done any better.
Oh, I don't know about that. You're a lot better with words than me.
Words aren't as important as intentions. And I'm sure she could tell that yours were good.
What do you think we should do now? I didn't...
Let's go downstairs and talk to her. I have an idea for tonight, at least.
What do you think we should do now? I didn't ask, but I'm not sure if she has anywhere else to go.
Let's go downstairs and talk to her. I have an idea for tonight, at least.
I follow Juliet back to the kitchen, where Lyra is taking a seat at the dining table. She tenses up as we approach, but Juliet also keeps a respectful distance.
Good evening, Lyra. My name is Juliet. It's nice to meet you. Miho told me the two of you spoke for a while. Would it be okay with you if we sat down as well?
Eyes flickering from me to Juliet, and back again. Lyra eventually nods. Juliet and I pull out chairs as we sit down next to each other on the other side of the table from the kid.
Would you mind if I asked you a couple of questions? You don't have to answer anything you don't want to.
Okay.
Thank you. Would I be correct in assuming that you've spent a few nights sleeping in the library?
Yeah. I had a blanket, but it's lost now.
Huh?
I see. If I may ask, does your family know where you are?
Ain't got one.
You don't have a family? Is there anyone that you live with? Or who takes care of you?
Nah, I'm by myself.
Is there somewhere that you live? Or usually stay at?
Here.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Does that mean you did until recently?
Yeah.
The girl isn't exactly forthcoming with information, but Juliet takes it in all in strides, maintaining that calm, even tone that I was aiming for.
May I ask what happened?
No. Lyra looks down at the ground, bringing her thumb up to her mouth, and biting her nail. No, that's not a yes or no question. Now that it's not a yes or no question she's been asked, she seems less inclined to answer.
You don't have to tell me. But if there's someone out there who may be worried about you, then wouldn't it be nice for them to know that you're safe?
There ain't. I left.
As in, you ran away?
Yeah. They were bad. Mean. They hurt me. So I left.
Your family?
Nah. My parents died. They were people who said they'd take care of me, so I had to live with them. Nobody asked me. But they didn't care about me. They told me that.
Juliet and I exchange a look. Lyra says all the things so matter-of-factly, still looking at the ground.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Both about your parents and the awful situation you were put in. I'm very glad you were able to get away.
Really? You believe me?
For the first time, there's a flash of excitement from the girl. It's impossible to know if she's telling the truth, but we don't have any other reason to doubt her. At the very least, it would make sense why she's so skittish.
I don't see why I shouldn't.
I tried telling people, but they didn't listen. Said I was making it up, but I'm not.
Really? For the first time since I started talking to Lyra, she raises her voice emphatically. Her fists are clenched, and she looks at both of us like she's trying to see if we meant what we said.
I've met plenty of mean people too. I know how awful they can be.
Her sharp glare slowly dissolves as two big tears well up in the corners of her eyes. Her lower lip quivers.
Nobody ever believes me.
There. You're safe now. We believe you.
I expect her to start crying, but Lyra managed to keep it together. She wipes away the tears and then goes back to glaring.
I won't go back there. No one can make me, so don't even try.
We're not going
You
to!
wouldn't dream of it. Can you tell me if you came from around here, though?
I got on a bus and rode for a long time. I knew this was a big city, so I came here.
Huh.
I see.
Interesting.
I know that neither Miho nor I want to make you go back somewhere you were hurt, or do anything you don't want to. We also don't want you to have to worry about finding somewhere safe to spend the night, or finding food.
So...
If you'd like, there's an extra bed here that you can use, so you don't have to sleep on the floor. Tomorrow, we can talk more. Would you like that?
Lyra sniffles a few times and blows her nose, kicking her feet while she thinks about it. Eventually she nods.
Okay. I guess that's fine.
Perfect. I'm glad to hear it. I imagine you must be very tired already. Would you like to go to bed?
Yeah, I'm sleepy.
Why don't you follow me then?
Juliet exits the kitchen, and after watching for a bit, Lyra follows after. I make my way back up behind them both as Juliet passes by her study and down the hallway. I realize her intentions right as she stops outside one of the doors that I've never seen opened. Juliet retrieves a key from one of her pockets and uses it to unlock the door, which swings open with a creak. It reveals a bedroom, a well-made bed with green covers. Sits in the corner beside a desk and dresser with a mirror. A shelf of books leans across one wall, across from the window, with the curtains over it. Dust permeates the room, which must have been untouched for years. Juliet goes and fetches some rags to wipe everything down, and deftly changes the pillowcase and sheets while Lyra and I stand nearby. I would offer to help, but I think she'd be faster without me. When the room is ready, I face Lyra with a smile.
Here you are. Do you need extra pillows or blankets?
Lyra shakes her head, eyes fixed on the bed rather than on Juliet. She walks towards it like a zombie. I wonder how long it's been since she slept anywhere comfortable.
Miho and I will bid you good night then, and see you in the morning. Would you like me to leave the door open?
Lyra nods as she climbs into the bed, poking the pillows as if checking if it's real. Doesn't pay us any more attention as we leave the room, already halfway asleep by the looks of it.
Well,
Oopsies.
this has turned out to be a much more eventful day.
The two of us go back down to my room, standing in the doorway.
Well, this has turned out to be a much more eventful day than I expected.
Yeah, me too. I figured she had just run away from home or was playing a prank or something. I wasn't expecting her to have had such a rough life already.
Indeed. I felt my heart break at her words, sparing as they were.
You never could resist helping out someone who needs it, huh?
It's true. So far, those have been some of the best decisions of my life.
Juliet leans in and kisses me as we wrap our arms around each other. I know we're both thinking the same thing. There's going to be a lot to talk about tomorrow. When we part, Juliet presses her forehead against mine.
Shall we resume this in the morning, then?
Yeah, sounds good. This part too.
Miho! I give her a quick peck, quick follow-up kiss for good measure.
I'll be looking forward to it.
Miho,
Good
you
night,
sly
Mia.
fox. You sly fox, you. Jesus. You sly fox.
Night.
I hop into my own bed and close my eyes, waiting for sleep to take me. She does. When I wake up, the first thing I do is tiptoe down the hallway and poke my head into the room where Lyra is staying. Tucked beneath all the blankets, I can see a splotch of blonde hair against one of the pillows. She's still fast asleep. I wouldn't have been surprised to find that she left in the middle of the night. Being careful not to disturb her, I go downstairs to the kitchen, where Juliet sits at the table.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Our guest is still sleeping.
Yeah, I saw. Out like a light.
Thought I would wait for her to get up before starting on breakfast, if that's all right with you?
Fine by me. Have you been awake since we went to bed?
I dozed a little here and there. I've been using my free time to catch up on some reading.
Reading? We love reading. We love reading. As you can tell by the fact that I play like 1,000 visual novels, reading's fun.
Last night was so busy, though, that I didn't get the chance to ask how your call with Meemo went.
Oh, no, great. Minso were great.
Oh, right.
Went great with Minso. Somehow even that was overshadowed by meeting Lyra and everything that went along with that.
She told me all about Jang-in. They were a traveler who went all around the world. They came for Korea.
So the two of you have something in common then?
Yeah! Apparently they gave away lots of scrolls like mine. She also said that they started using a pen name later. Horim. It means fox forest.
Oh, that's beautiful. So that must mean that...
I nod.
Yeah. They remembered me too.
I'm so happy for you, Miho. That you got to know how special you were to each other.
Me too. Thanks for setting everything up. I told her about my magic, and so we're gonna keep in touch too. Maybe someday we could even meet up in person. She said she has family members who know a lot more about Jongin than she does.
A trip to America sounds nice. Or would it be back to Korea?
I'm not sure. I didn't ask. Would you go with me if I went, though?
Of course. There are so many places I'd love to visit with you.
Me too. The other night when we were...
There was a knock at the front door that cut me off. It's a little early than when we opened the library. But we never had patrons show up before then. If it was Aspen, she'd just walk right in. My first thought is that it might be someone looking for Lyra.
I'll get it.
Feeling apprehensive for some reason, I slowly make my way towards the door. I wouldn't be surprised if someone was looking for her, despite what she told us. I'm not sure how they'd have tracked her here, though. They knock again, louder. Whoever it is impatient. I walk faster.
I'm coming!
I pull open the door, which isn't even locked. When I see who's waiting, I can feel my eyes go wide.
Silver?
The groomer stands close, shifting her weight from foot to foot. The more I open the door all the way, she darts in before I can even invite her inside.
What are you doing here?
Nice of you to actually ask to come inside this time, unlike last time when you just broke into a window. It's all I can think of to blurt out. While I was sure I'd see her again at some point, I was expecting it to be at night, like usual. This is only the second time I've ever seen her during the day. Taking her typical approach of ignoring me, Silver just looks around similar to the last time she came here. Finally, her restless gaze settles on me. As opposed to this restless gaze, and that restless gaze in the background. These two restless gaze.
I came to fulfill a promise.
Already?
Promise?
As I speak my last word to her on Halloween to come back to me, As I speak, my last words to her on Halloween come back to me, and I understood all at once.
Oh, you're leaving?
She nods. Just then, Juliet emerges from the kitchen. Silver tenses up when she sees her, but then relaxes and reminded of Lyra yesterday.
Ah, Silver. It's very nice to see you again.
Silver stays silent. We're not exactly the most talkative group.
We were gonna have breakfast soon, if you wanted to.
I trail off as one more person enters my field of vision. Upstairs, I can just barely see Lyra out over the handrail until she reaches the stairs, sleepily stumbling down with a blanket in one hand. Ah, yes, the family is together. Hi, Lyra. Hi, Lyra. We can almost see you back there. At the bottom, she stops and rubs her eyes, staring at Silver and me. Between the four of us, I'm not sure whom would be the most surprised to see whom.
You ain't a wolf, are you?
No. Are you?
No. At least Lyra gets an answer. Bye-bye. Apparently, deciding she's not in danger of being eaten, Lyra goes in the kitchen with a small shrug. Juliet falls with her. I almost tap Silver on the shoulder, but catch myself and clear my throat to get her attention instead. Oh, gee, that's a great scene. That's a great scene. I'm gonna save that real quick.
Wanna go talk outside?
You know. Silver nods, and so I lead the way out. Even without her shawl, Silver looks out of place in the sunlight. She belongs in the woods, under the moon.
Who is the child?
Her name's Lyra. She was hiding out in the library and stealing food. So we told her she could sleep in one of the spare beds. The three of us were gonna have breakfast soon. You can join us if you want.
The child. I already know her answer before she even shakes her head.
No. I simply came to keep my word. You have a strange choice of hobby when it comes to taking care of others.
Is that weird?
To me, helping out Lyra seemed like the obvious thing to do. It didn't feel like it was a choice. I was just making it. But something that needed to be done. But half a year ago, it probably would have felt the same way as Silver.
I guess it is something I've gotten used to.
How very like you.
Is that a good thing?
Silver thinks about it for a bit.
It's not a bad thing.
I'll take it.
Not a bad thing, at least. That's good. Coming from her, it's not the best I can hope for. She glances at me and then suddenly reaches for my throat. Instead of trying to strangle me, which is the first thought that crossed in my mind, God damn it, OBS cutting off the freaking emote thing. I'm gonna fucking go to my browser. She grabs my necklace and inspects the bead. For someone who hates being touched, she doesn't seem to have any problems when it comes to my personal space. Still, I tilt my chin up and trying to let her see. Silver's eyes narrow, and after a bit, she lets go. As it falls back into place, I instinctively put my hand against my necklace.
So, it's almost your time.
Yeah. Although, I don't really know what to expect when I'm ready.
What do you mean?
When I swallow it, sometimes, if I focus, it makes me think about the clouds or the trees. But I don't know what any of it means. What being a Chono means. I barely know about being a Gumiho.
Silver laughs.
You still haven't figured it out.
I just told you I haven't. How do you know all this stuff anyway?
Yeah.
It's simple. I don't doubt myself.
Well, I guess that's fair. I guess that makes sense. Why? You don't seem like the doubting type. I guess that makes sense. But still.
Would it kill you to just give me a straight answer sometimes?
Well, what about a gay answer? What about a gay answer, Miho?
In this case, it's the only answer I can give you. Besides, you're closer to the truth than I am.
Silver holds her arm up, putting her shining bead into full view. For the first time, she holds it where I can see it properly. Ah, yes. Although my bead is plain and round, nearly identical to the non-magical ones on my necklace, first narrows at the middle, and then widens again, like an hourglass. A few colorful bands are run across it, almost too narrow to see. There's a red one, a blue one, and even a silver one. When I squint, I can even see a faint spring green one as well. There are others, but I can't see what they are before she lets her sleeve fall again, hiding the bead.
It's why I'll be leaving tomorrow. Just as your path has led you here, mine now leads me away.
Tomorrow? I figured you were gonna be going soon, but not that soon.
There's nothing left for me here. It's time I was on my way again.
Oh.
For as long as I've known her, I've hoped that I could get through to Silver somehow. Help her see some of the things I was blind to myself. Especially now, as we're just starting to become friends, or maybe now that we've been friends for a while. Either way, I wish she would stay. But just like when Juliet was contemplating leaving, I can also understand why she feels like she has to go. And unlike Juliet, there really is anything else tying her down to Wellington.
Perhaps we'll meet again someday.
Her tone is unusually gentle. I wonder if she'll miss me too.
The sky is vast, and the road is long. Our paths might cross again.
I hope so. Let me come with you tomorrow to see you off. Please.
She closes her eyes, thinking.
Fine. I'll fetch you in the morning. Early. Be ready.
I will.
So it takes a step back, signaling an end to our conversation. But before she leaves, there's one thing I want to know.
Wait.
Yes.
The girl you just saw in there, Lyra. What color was she?
Silver's lips curl into a wry smile.
As hopeful a blue as I've ever seen.
Almost before she's finished talking, Silver's transformed. Her fur sparkles in the sun, looking less out of place than her clothes. Without looking back, she runs away and is quickly out of sight. I watch her go. We're heading inside the library again myself. In the kitchen, Juliet's working on the breakfast, while Lyra watches from close by. When into the room, the kid folds her arms.
Who is that?
A friend of mine. Her name is Silver. At least, that's what I call her.
She's scary. Scarier than you.
She'd probably be glad to hear you say that.
Trying to picture Lyra how Silver must have seen her, beneath her almost permanent glare and short sentences. She's hopeful. Juliet and I may be the ones doing her a favor, but she's giving us a chance too.
It turns out she's going to be leaving tomorrow.
To go where? Is she gonna come back here?
I don't know. I'm not sure she knows yet either.
Wherever she goes, I hope she finds contentment there.
Yeah, me too.
What's cotton mint?
Contentment. It's big adult words. Yeah, but adult words.
Contentment means when you feel at peace. Like you don't have to worry about anything.
Like you do. Probably. Right?
Oh, I haven't heard that word before.
Thinking on that, Lyra sits down on the table. Wait for breakfast to be ready. That continent. I go ahead and prepare the dishes, setting up 3 plates. It isn't long before Juliet comes over to serve us our meal, with Lyra's portion being just as big as ours.
Here we are. Do you like anything to go with it, Lyra? Ketchup or more salt and pepper?
She shakes her head, shuffling a forkful of eggs into her mouth. I don't think she's going to be a very picky eater. The 3 of us clear our plates, and once again, everything is cleaned up. I can see Lyra beginning to look around anxiously.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
You sure?
I might have a guess. Lyra, do you have anything you plan to do today?
Lyra shakes her head.
Well, you're welcome to remain here at the library. Miho will be busy with work, and I'll be going to sleep soon. But you don't have to leave.
I don't? Even though I stole your food?
No, of course not.
Although Juliet says that, I know that at some point she and I are going to have to decide what exactly Lyra staying here will entail, and for how long. Neither of us are going to turn her out onto the streets, of course, but if she stays here, then does that mean she'll live here? What does that make her? What does that make us? It's still only the first morning, so there's plenty of time to figure things out. But from what Lyra told us last night, she doesn't really have many other options. She was probably thinking the same thing.
Hey Lyra, do you like to watch TV?
Sometimes.
What's TV?
I like cartoons, but I couldn't watch them much.
Wanna watch cartoons in my room?
I have a TV up in my room if you want to use it. You can watch all the cartoons you want.
Maybe movies. Just don't go to this one channel, probably channel 420 or 69. Don't go there. Not for you. No. Lyra's eyes go Lyra's eyes go wide. Go huge. Get huge. I can't fucking read. Jesus Christmas. Lyra's her eyes get huge, looking more excited than when she was offered a place to stay.
Really? Is that allowed?
Bruno, you're playing City Skylines, and you're here for ear wiggles? Really? Go huge. They hold huge. Lyra's eyes hold huge.
Yeah, come here. I'll show you.
Nothing. I'm just confused. I'm just confused by playing City Skylines, Bruno. Of all the things you could be doing, you're playing City Skylines? All 3 of us head to my room and turn on the TV. Flipping to one of the kids' channels, I can remember. Within minutes, I was just all set up. I clicked my fucking mouse by accident. Within minutes, she's all set up on my bed, totally sucked into the show. Juliet and I step out into the hallway.
We should probably talk later, huh?
Probably. I'm not mad. Probably.
Yes. Once I've had a chance to rest and refresh myself.
You've been up since everything started. I'll bet you're as exhausted as she was.
Perhaps a little. Will you be all right for the day? If you have other things to attend to, I'm sure she'll be fine here. I don't think she'll be leaving that spot.
We both glanced into my room. Lyra's wrapped my blanket around herself, still entranced by the TV.
We'll see. You should go rest, though. We can figure it out more tonight.
All right. Until then, my love.
Sleep well.
With a hug and a kiss, Juliet leaves for bed, and I go back downstairs to try and have as normal a day as possible. In the evening, after the library is already closed, there's a knock at the door. While I'm downstairs, it sounds urgent.
Come in.
Oh, it's time. It's time for Gerby. Bye, Gerby. Goodbye, Gerby. You'll be missed. Goodbye, Gerby. It is time for Gerby to leave. I open the door to find worried-looking Gwen and Elijah.
Miho, is Tommy here?
No, but I have a child here.
Nope. I haven't seen him since we talked last night. Is he missing?
Yeah, he was at the house with me, and I went to pick up some dinner. When I got back, he was gone.
We hope maybe he came here to visit you.
Although I still talk to all three of them every day, it's been a while since I've seen Tommy in person. Not since last time he and Gwen came to the library, which was a couple weeks ago.
I haven't seen him. Did something happen?
Well,
The two of them look at each other.
we finally got the divorce paperwork finalized. So now it's official.
I think he'd been hoping that maybe it wouldn't happen, but we just got everything signed, so now there's no going back.
Let me go get ready, and I'll help you look for him.
Thank you.
I let Juliet know that I'm going, what I'm doing, and she agrees to look after everything while I'm gone. But when I hurry back downstairs and outside, Gwen and Elijah are waiting for me.
I don't think he could have gone too far. I just went down the street to pick up some pizzas, and Gwen came over as soon as I told her he was missing.
It's not the first time he's gone to hide, but he's never run away from home like this before.
Oh, phone, who's live now? Phone, who is live now? Who has gone live? Which one of my friends has gone live? Oh, none of my friends have gone live. It's a popular streamer. Good to know. I gotta just see what it's a friend of mine who went live. No, but it's a big streamer. One at a time. We walk down the residential streets with Elijah and Gwen, alternating calling for Tommy. I keep my eyes peeled, not just for him, but for Gerby too. None of us have any luck. Near the beach, we stop.
Maybe we should split up. I'll go check at the house again in case he went back. Gwen, maybe you can look around in town?
All right. But what about Miho?
First time.
I have an idea, actually. I'm gonna look around Mount Victoria.
Okay. We all have our phones, so we can call if one of us finds him. And then we can meet back here. All right?
Elijah and I both agree. And then we all go our separate ways. I head straight for the mountain, and then veer off the path into the forest. For a while, it had seemed like Tommy was coming to terms with everything that was happening in his life. Was the shock of divorce getting through really enough to make him run away from home like this? Follow the path that Tommy and I took when we came here for a while ago, until I finally reach what used to be my den. It's in even worse shape than the last time I came here. Still, I'm not surprised to find Tommy sitting in the dirt that used to be his entrance, holding tightly onto Gerby.
Me!
Hi. There are tear stains around his eyes, and his clothes are filthy.
Hey there. Looking for bugs?
I don't think so. He shakes his head.
Your parents are looking for you, you know. They came to the library to see if you were there. They told me why you might have run away.
Tommy shakes his head again, but more vigorously.
I wasn't running away. I was chasing Gerby.
The fabled wiggles in his arms.
You know how Gerby can fly, right? But look what happens now.
Oop. Cautiously, Tommy stands up and sets Gerby on the ground. Immediately, Gerby starts to rise into the air like a balloon, pulled up towards the sky. He grabs him before he can go too high and hugs him with his chest to his chest again.
Gerby's not doing that himself?
The fable shakes his head, eyes looking somewhat sad.
No, it just started happening.
First he kept hitting the ceiling, then when Dad went to go get dinner, he left the door open and Gerby blew outside! And I had to run to go catch him, and we ended up coming here. I was gonna go home, but I don't know what to do.
I see tears start to sparkle in Tommy's eyes again, and he sniffles. It's good to know you didn't leave because of the news about his parents, but the change with Gerby is a mystery.
Is it okay if we go meet up with your parents? I know they're pretty worried. And we can tell them about Gerby too.
Okay. I'm not letting go of him, though.
I'll lead us back towards where I split off with Tommy's parents. As we do, I call Gwen first.
Miho? Tell me you found him.
I did. Yeah. We're headed to the beach now.
Thank God. I'll see you there soon.
She disconnects, and then I call Elijah next.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, I found Tommy, and we're going to the meetup spot right now.
You did? You're a lifesaver, Miho. Is he alright?
Yeah, he's fine. He was just chasing after Gerby.
Gerby? I should have figured that out.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you guys about it in person. See you in a bit.
Okay. We're the first ones to reach the shore. He stands with his feet in the water, still clutching Gerby against his chest. He sniffles occasionally, but doesn't cry. Footsteps from behind us signal Gwen and Elijah's arrival. Tommy and I turn around and both his parents' eyes go wide.
Wait, is that?
Gerby?
Two of them are looking right at the little fabled. Tommy realizes the expression also changes to shock.
Can you see him?
Stunned, with his parents nod, he raises his flower arms, looking thrilled to finally be noticed.
Well, I'll be. The little guy looks just like I imagined.
Something's wrong with Gerby. If I let go of him, he starts to blow away in the wind. I don't know what happened to him.
Is that why you ran out?
Yeah, I had to catch him.
With a small smile, Elijah steps forward and pats his son on the head.
I heard something kind of interesting, actually. I asked a lot of people from work if they'd ever heard of a fable like Gerby. And it turns out one of them had. He said that when he was young, he had a friend just like Gerby, his only friend. They kept him company when his parents were fighting, or when anything else that was bad was happening. Then, once he got older and things weren't as tough anymore, he said his friend had to leave him one day in order to go to help out the next kid who needed someone. He told me that fables like Gerby stick around until they know that their friends will be okay without them. And then it's time for them to go. Sounds like maybe this is that time for Gerby.
But I don't want him to go! I want him to stay!
Tommy can't keep himself from crying anymore. While they hold onto Gerby, big tears roll down his face. In his arms, Gerby looks up at him kindly.
Sweetie, sometimes we don't have a choice. Sometimes we have to let things go, even if it's hard. From what Dad said, it sounds like Gerby knows you're tough and that you'll be okay, right? Don't you trust Gerby?
I do, but...
He holds out his arms so that he can face his friend properly.
Is it true? Do you really have to leave?
Gerby's petals sag as he nods, patting Tommy's hands. Gwen wipes Tommy's eyes for him as Tommy pulls Gerby into a hug. His tears drip down onto Gerby's leaves just like rain.
There's someone else who needs you, right?
Still close to Tommy, Gerby nods again.
Okay.
Gwen and Elijah move to the other side of Tommy, and I step away, keeping a respectful distance. It doesn't really involve me, after all. Gwen kneels down in front of Tommy and smiles.
Thank you, Gerby, for being there for Tommy.
Yeah, thanks, Gerby.
Finally, it's Tommy's turn.
Thank you, Gerby, for being my friend. I'll miss you.
With a big sniffle, Tommy manages to stop crying. Gerby leans against Tommy, the top of his flower, tickling Tommy's chin. Tommy giggles. Then, he opens his arms. Each of his parents take one of Tommy's hands as Gerby floats there for a second, and then slowly starts to rise. With his tiny little petals, Gerby waves goodbye. Eyes crinkled in a smile. Breeze shakes his leaves, but doesn't knock him off his course. Up, up, up he goes, reaching Tommy's eye level, then Elijah's, and then floats above their heads. And behind them, I can see Tommy squeezing his parents' hands tightly.
Bye, Gerby.
With the final whisper farewell, Gerby continues to drift up until it's eventually out of sight. Tommy, Gwen, and Elijah remain there, standing in the shallow water. Quietly, I sneak away, leaving the three of them to their own. I'm sure I'll hear all about this later, when we have our regular call. But for now, I think they have a few things that they probably want to talk about together. As I make my way back to the library, I smile. Glad things worked out. It may take some time, but I know that they'll be alright in the end. After all, I trust Gerby too. After the library has closed for the evening, and I'm in the middle of cleaning up, Lyra comes downstairs just like this morning. She's dragging a blanket behind her. Only this time it's mine.
I'm hungry.
Alright, you can have anything in the fridge. Or I can make you a sandwich in a bit.
Okay, I'll go look.
She wandered into the kitchen alone. I can hear her rifling through the fridge. Giving someone permission to do things is a new experience for me. A single day at the library has already made her a lot more comfortable. I guess she never had a problem with taking food, though. She spent most of the day watching TV in my room, and also chose a couple books from the kids section to read. Because she's so quiet and keeps to herself, I could almost forget she's even around. I peek into the kitchen to check on Lyra. She's sitting at the table with a book open in front of her and a bowl of cereal beside it. Yeah, she fits in just fine. Leaving her to her snack, I go upstairs to find Juliet in her office.
Ah, Meemo. I was just about to join you downstairs. How's our guest?
Eating in the kitchen. She seems right at home.
She does, doesn't she?
It's kind of hard to place Juliet's tone, amused with a touch of sadness.
I figured me and you should talk about things before it gets too late again.
Yes, that's a good idea. Would you like to sit down?
We take our usual positions, around her desk.
I looked online, but I haven't seen any missing person reports or other indications that someone's searching for her.
You know, I'm not surprised, but also that's sad.
Usually, if a child were to disappear, it would be all over the news. But in this case...
There's nobody looking.
She wasn't lying about that.
As far as I can tell, yes. Which would line up with what she told us about running away.
That's so sad. She's just a little kid. There should be somebody who cares about her.
I fully agree. She mentioned that her parents passed away. Perhaps she has other family out there that we could locate. It's difficult with so little information to go by.
Right. Wouldn't they have taken her in when her parents died, though?
There's that as well.
Maybe we should just ask her.
Probably, but she won't be happy about it, right?
Yes, perhaps. Although, I suspect she would have told us already if so.
That's true.
Well, for the time being, it's no bother having her here. There's more than enough space.
What about food?
Right. The room that she's in now, though. It was Cosette's, wasn't it?
It was indeed. I've left it untouched for many years now. But it's the only other room with a bed, so it was only natural to offer it to Lyra.
I reach across the table to take Juliet's hand.
Yeah. I think it was the right thing to do.
We haven't talked about Cosette much since that night at her grave. Still, I know she's on Juliet's mind all the time. I'm sure just unlocking that door and letting Lyra in was more difficult than she lets on. Even if it was a logical choice, I hope it's also a good sign that she did it in the end. Sadness in Juliet's eyes as she smiles at me. The only confirmation that I'm right. I don't blame her at all, though, despite everything we've talked about. It'll take her a long time to heal.
Something Silver told me this morning was that Lyra seemed hopeful. She's really good at reading people, so I believe her.
I'm glad to hear that. Can't be easy to be in her position.
Nodding, I stand up, and to go downstairs and reassure Lyra that she can stay here again tonight. However, I only managed to just take 2 steps before I bump into something soft and invisible. Lyra pops into vision. She stumbles backwards, and I barely manage to grab her shoulder to keep her from falling. Juliet makes a sound of surprise as she suddenly appears. Ducking away from my hand, Lyra turns and runs.
Hey, it's okay if you were listening. You're not in trouble.
Just outside the study, she skids to a stop, looking back mistrustfully.
I'm not? I always got yelled at for eavesdropping.
Eavesdropping! Ah, Lyra. I've only known you for like, what, an hour, Lyra? And I would kill everyone. If you were hurt, I would kill everyone in the room and then myself.
No, child. I can't fault you for listening in when you're being talked about.
Juliet stands on my side, with neither of us moving closer to Lyra. She may have gotten more confident around the library, but it's difficult. It's different. It's a different story with Juliet and me as people.
I'd do the same thing if I could turn invisible like you. I've eavesdropped, even when all I can do is hide.
How much were you able to hear?
Lyra shrugs.
Who's Cosette?
Beside me, I can feel Juliet tense up, take a deep breath.
My daughter. That room you're staying in used to belong to her.
Oh. Is she dead?
I ask her a question as casually as if she's asking about the weather. She hasn't exactly been polite since her arrival, but it's a bit blunt even for her.
Hey, maybe...
Juliet gently holds up one hand to cut me off.
Yes, she is.
Oh.
Lyra processes this new information as stoically as ever. Her ever-present frown deepens just a bit.
Are you gonna kick me out after all?
Juliet and I exchange a wide-eyed look. I can't blame her for worrying about that.
Oh, heavens, no! Although we were wondering if you had any other family out there who might be missing you. Brothers or sisters of your parents, perhaps? Or grandparents?
The girl shakes her head.
It was just me and my mom and my dad.
I see. Well, you can stay here for as long as you need to. We won't make you leave, I promise.
Okay.
Yeah. She studies us for a long time, biting her thumb, imagining the blue glow that Silver must have been seeing around her.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Now, what would the two of you say to dinner? I imagine Miho must be getting hungry.
Yeah, I am.
I'm still hungry too.
Yeah, I ate with cereal. That's not gonna fit out for dinner.
Even after that cereal you ate?
She nods.
There wasn't that much left.
We can certainly take care of that. Come along. Let's see what we have in the kitchen.
The three of us go down to the kitchen together, where Juliet sets about preparing a meal. Although she's still quiet, Lyra participates in the conversation a bit more, giving her opinion on things like certain foods or things she likes to do. After we're done eating, it isn't long before she traipses off to bed, remembering a groggy night, and she does. Later, before I turn in for the night, myself, I poke my head into my room, check on her. Into your room? What? She's fast asleep, mouth open with a line of drool dripping over onto her pillow. That doesn't feel like the work candidates for start with, but okay. The blankets are pulled up beneath her chin, and the pillows are scattered all across the bed, around the bed. I'll smile to myself because I know how she must feel. Warm, safe, and hopeful. Judging by the knocking at my window, it turns out Silver and I have different ideas of early. I roll over in bed, not totally sure that I'm not dreaming, in the time to see Silver gesture to me, then leap from a tree again. A few minutes. Earwiggle? You want earwiggle, Olivia? Okay, here you go. Boop, 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 boop. Earwiggles. A few minutes and lots of eye rubbing later, I'm ready and outside to meet her. On my way out of the door, I explain to Juliet where I'm going. Ow. Thanks for the head pats, Olivia. No, I didn't hear the squeaking for some reason. I might have to reopen tits. I'm gonna relaunch tits real quick, because it's not doing the sound effects half the time. Give you a minute. Give it a hot minute. Launching tits. Checking for updates. Doing a quick save real, because I love sporadic saves. There you are. Waiting for it to open up. Any second now. I think it's gonna be a black screen real quick, because it gray screen, because yep, there's the gray screen. There's the gray screen I was gonna talk about, because Chris does a gray screen before it goes transparent for some reason. Lovely. Don't worry about this, it's just tits being a thing. Tits doing this thing where it's launching itself for a minute. Oh, hi tits, bye tits. Hi. Reset position. Like this. Test it first. Can I hear? Good, I can hear. Alright. Where were we? On the way out the door, I explained to Juliet where I'm going. Silver's carrying a small sack with her. which I assume contains all her belongings. It's tied shut with a small rope and she slings it over her shoulder. VC face, I'm not sad. We don't exchange any words of greetings. Instead, we just start walking. As frustrating as it can be half the time, sometimes I also appreciate her willingness to just end a conversation, or not even start one. I don't have to worry about being a good enough conversationalist for her. Easier to get more out of her silence than it is many others. The fact that she let me come along on this last trip, much less came to see me, says a lot. We make our way through the streets, not seeing many other pedestrians or even cars. Only a handful of city buses, a couple of them roaming around empty too. They walks faster than either Aspen or Juliet, but I'm able to keep pace easily. It makes our journey pretty short, though. The glass walls and security gates of the skyport come into view, waiting for us. It was the first place to greet us when we arrived, and now it's great to see her off again. I wonder what Silver's thinking about right now. Is she feeling sad at all? Preparing to miss this place? Or is she ready to leave and potentially never return? Good or bad, I don't think she'll ever be able to forget her time in Wellington. We come to a stop just a few minutes away from the entrance. Facing the double glass doors, our reflections stare back at us.
Call me Unbi.
Unbi? In Korean, Un for silver, Bi for rain. Silver rain. Although she doesn't turn to me, I can see her face turn red in the glass.
Yes, it's the name I've settled on. What do you think?
I hope she can see me grin.
I think it's perfect.
Good. Thank you. I'm not sure what words to say. I've never said goodbye before.
It's okay. I never know either. I hope you'll come back someday. Or that we'll see each other again somewhere else.
She is.
Fate brought us together once. Perhaps it'll do so again.
So you think it was fate after all, huh?
Perhaps not.
Looks down at her wrist, surely thinking about her bead, even though it's hidden.
If not fate, then shall we make a promise that neither of us can keep?
You haven't broken a promise to me yet.
Who just resubbed? Who just resubbed? Who just did a resub?
We'll meet someday then. Perhaps you won't even recognize me. I might be someone else entirely.
Someday. I'm sure that I'll recognize you, though. You might change, but you'll still be you, no matter what.
Even if I'm Unbi now.
You've been Unbi the whole time.
Like always, I can tell when she's about to leave. Before she can, there's something I have to ask. I might not get another chance.
At first, you didn't want me to call you Silver. With your magic, what does a silver aura mean?
Her eyes meet in the glass. Finally, she closes her eyes with a tiny smile.
Shame. Goodbye, Miho.
Goodbye, MB.
It takes her just a couple of steps to reach the door. They slide open silently, dissolving our reflections. Unbi doesn't look back once as she strolls through, letting them shut behind her once again. I'm left looking at myself, and only myself. Finally, I turn around too, and start making my way back home. Always a cute moment. I love that scene every time. It's so cute.
I'm hungry.
Again? You're hungry again? Child, please! We just had breakfast. We just had lunch. It's evening now, never mind. Again? Children these days. Anyways, we're gonna do a quick bio break. We're gonna do quick dehydrate. We'll be back in a hot minute. Transition. We're back. Hi Papaya, we're back from our dehydration. I refilled my water, my cups of water as well. Because it's important to stay hydrated and make sure my water is full. And yeah. Alright, let's get back into that's not the gas is tits. That's tits out the game. There. No, I want this one first. In the game. Thank you, Bonlivia, for the hydrate. This is for you. Tits again like an idiot. Working? Yes, sounds are working now. It's working. I disconnected my headphones earlier to try and fix the shoutouts things, but it didn't work, so that's why there weren't any hydrate sounds for some reason earlier. But we're back. It's working again. It's working. A secret ingredient? Cooking dinner can't be that hard, can it? Can it? Can it be that hard? I keep opening tits. That's not. I keep clicking. Thanks for the head pats. Thanks for the head pats, Possum, and the stretch. This is for you. There we go. Little stretch. And back to the games. How hard could cooking dinner be, am I right? How hard could it be? What's the worst that could happen? Setting the library on fire? Anyways.
I'm hungry.
You're always hungry.
So?
So, we can't compensate. You're insatiable with hunger.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Lara finds me in the library, almost the moment I'm done cleaning up, and I follow her to the kitchen. She takes a seat at the table, expectantly, while I go to the fridge and pantry to see what we have. It's the part of the evening where it would make more sense to have dinner instead of a snack. Juliet's upstairs and would probably come prepare something if we asked her to. But
I'll cook us something.
that decision is probably meaningless to Lyra, who just nods indifferently from the table. It'll be the first for me. I've watched Juliet make food enough times that I should be able to pull off something simple, like when I cooked breakfast for myself a while ago. As long as I pay attention to what I'm doing, it can't be too hard, right? I hope. I get a box of pasta, a jar of sauce, an onion, and a pack of meat. Okay, we're making pasta.
This should be everything I need.
First, I fill up a pot of water and put it on the stove to start boiling. Then I grab a cutting board and a knife and get the onions ready. It rolls around a lot, and my cutting comes off all crooked. But I eventually manage to slice it. Very carefully, I chop them into even smaller bits.
You're getting onion on the ceiling.
I'm getting water on the ceiling on the huh? Miho! Miho! What? I look up. He's right. A couple of chunks are stuck from where they flew off the knife. He was moving the knife a little too fast. You think?
It'll fall off eventually.
I dump the onion into another pot and turn on the heat and also grab some butter from the fridge. I'm not sure how much to use, so I decided to play it safe and a stick of butter! Meemo! 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 Dear God! That's too much fucking butter! Let her cook. I don't want to let her cook, Olivia. I don't want to let her cook. Because a whole stick seems like it would too much. This hurts. Because I've seen pasta made multiple times at work. And they use at most, like an eighth of a stick. At most, an eighth of the stick of butter. A nice cube of butter. Oh my fucking God! What are you doing? You're making fucking butter sauce? Butter onion sauce? It takes a while, but the butter melts and the onions start to sizzle. As soon as the whole kitchen smells pretty good, I also dump the noodles into the water, which is boiling by now. It's a timer, like the box instructs. At least you follow box instructions. I'm not sure how to tell when the onions are ready, so I just let them cook until I get bored of waiting. And then dump the meat in with them. It starts to sizzle loudly when it hits the pan, and I hurry to spread it around with the pasta. With the spatula. Not the pasta. The pasta's in the goddamn pot. Boiling. Hi, Juliet. As I'm cooking with that, Juliet enters the kitchen and looks at the half of a stick of butter in the fucking pan.
My, something smells delicious.
Mainly butter.
Hey, I'm cooking dinner, I think.
Can we set a marker for me yelling half a stick of butter real quick? I remember that I yelled half a stick of fucking butter. Meemo! Jeebus Christmas! Jeebus! Juliet beams with delight from a half stick of butter in a pot with onion on the ceiling and in the pot and meat in the pot. Not on the ceiling though. Just the pot.
Looks like everything's coming along wonderfully. I can't wait.
Are you sure, Juliet? The half a stick of butter in a pot might leads me to think otherwise. Getting choppy audio? Are you fucking me in the ass if you hate Jesus? Is my fucking you're getting choppy audio because I'm yelling half a stick of butter? What's the problem? Am I yelling too much? Is that what's happening? Does OBS think I'm not my voice? Does OBS think I'm not my voice?
I'm so hungry.
No shit! No shit! Thanks, Lyra. Be patient. We're making food.
Yeah.
Having the two of them both watching and waiting adds some pressure to the situation. I use the back of my hand to wipe. Oh, never mind. Oh, phew. I was like, what are you doing with the back of your hand, mijo? I use the back of my hand to wipe the sweat from my forehead. Heading over the hot stove gets uncomfortable really fast. My timer for the noodles goes off while I'm still cooking the meat. Parts of it are getting hard. Getting dark brown. The meat. The meat, right? The meat, right? Okay, yeah, the meat. Not the pasta. I am Jesus fucking Christmas, Meemo. Oh, fuck. Parts of it are getting dark brown and crispy, while the other parts are still pink. So I keep mixing it around. What about the pasta? I think the onions are beginning to burn too, so I pluck them out and toss them in the trash as I notice them. I leave the pan on it. I leave the pan to its fate while I pick up the pasta pot and carefully tip the water into the sink. Steam rushes into my face, and I have to lean back as I let it run out after a handful of noodles fall into the sink while I'm willing to consider a success. I cross my fingers and hope that the meat is done, and I can't see any of the parts that look raw. At least, get me the jar of sauce. I unscrew the lid and then dump it all into the pan before mixing that around. Combined with the red sauce and burnt onions and crunchy meat, doesn't stand out too much. Hope that's true for the taste too. Flicking off the stove, I turn to face my audience. Hi, audience. Want some crispy beef and burnt onion pasta?
It's ready.
What could possibly go wrong? How hard can it be?
Finally. I thought it was gonna take all day.
Lyra's unimpressed, of course, but Juliet claps. Yay.
It looks great. Thank you for cooking, Miho.
Yay. Burnt meat, onions, and the noodles should be fine, actually. How could you possibly get the noodles wrong? Right? Right? Right, chat? Right? What could possibly go wrong with the noodles, right?
Don't thank me yet. But since you cook for us all the time, I figured I could at least give it a try.
Half a stick of butter. Half a fucking stick of butter. Anyways, I retrieved 3 bowls and dumped some noodles into each one, followed by a few big scoops. Spoonfuls of sauce. Just like Juliet does, I carry them to the table and set them out in front of each person.
Alright, here you go.
Lyra wastes no time digging in, instantly staining her mouth red with sauce. Juliet waits for me to sit down with her fork hovering over the bowl. I examine the finished dish that I made. It's not pretty, but it doesn't look awful. It doesn't look wrong, at least. And it does smell pretty good. Like half a stick of butter. I take a tentative bite.
It's not bad.
It's not the best thing I've ever eaten, but it's far from the worst. At the very least, it tastes pretty close to what I expected it would taste like butter. Juliet blows on hers to cool it down before taking a bite herself. As she swallows, her eyes go wide with awe. I thought you couldn't taste anything. What? Huh? Huh?
It's delicious.
What do you mean it's delicious? I thought you were gonna taste food, Juliet! Don't lie to me! Don't lie to my- don't brazenly lie to my face, Juliet!
Cool! I'm glad it turned out okay.
Oh, you can't taste food! You told us this last chapter! It's all the butter! It really buttered up the situation, didn't it? You're really buttering me up, aren't you, Juliet?
No, Miho, I mean it. It's delicious.
What? You can't taste food, though, Juliet!
What do you... Oh! You can taste it?
Juliet nods, taking another bite without bothering to wait this time. She chews slowly, closing her eyes to savor it. When she opens them, I see a tear sparkle in the corners.
The richness of the tomatoes, the saltiness of the meat. It's the best thing I've had in decades, even over a century.
What salt? We didn't add salt to the meat. Unless it gets pre-salted for some reason. Where'd the salt come from? The tomato sauce? Is there that much salt? Is there not? We do a whole jar, but there's that much salt in a jar of tomato sauce? I guess salted butter. I didn't even think about salted butter, but still.
It's not that good. It's fine though. Next time you should add some salami. That's my favorite.
Salami and a pasta is weird. Mediocre or not, Lyra finishes her bowl in record speed, and then gets up to serve herself more.
That's amazing! I wonder why. Didn't do anything that special to it.
Big LS. Big LSE. Little shit. Big little shit energy.
I'm not sure either, but I certainly can't complain.
Juliet also gets seconds, and then even thirds. It's only enough for me to have one bowl. That's fine by me. Seeing the joy in Juliet's face is more rewarding than an extra full belly. Using the edge of her fork and a spoon, she managed to scrape up every last drop. Her dish is so spotless, it looks like it could go right back into the cabinet. Don't do that, though. I never thought about putting salami in a spaghetti before. Yeah, definitely Italian sausage. But also, it might not be spaghetti, it might be a different pasta. She didn't specify what type of pasta it could be. It could be rigatoni. It could be linguine. It could be pappardelle. Not tortellinis. That's not it. Not a ravioli either. I don't know any other pasta off the top of my head. Hi Bruno. You missed the half a stick of butter in a pasta. You missed half a stick of butter going into pasta, Bruno. You missed that good part. Half a stick of fucking butter in pasta.
Guess this means I gotta start cooking more often, huh?
A stick of butter for a big pot of pasta. Half a stick. A whole half stick of butter. Because a whole stick seems just a bit too much. You get laughs and nods.
I'd like that very, very much.
After months of practicing, so I was like, practicing food. I'm trying to figure out what butter I missed y'all buttering up. Was there supposed to be a comma there? Butter, comma. I missed y'all buttering up. I'm happy. Or was that supposed to be a pun? Because if so, that's horrible execution. After months of practicing, the day of the play finally arrives. Our performance starts in the evening, but I have to be there a couple hours early. Juliet and Lyra will both be in the what? Happy was it? Juliet and Lyra will both be in the audience, although I know Lyra wasn't super excited for it. Aspen will also be there, for both me and Lena. Oh, so you're just really bad at typing word. That just makes no sense as a sentence. Even though I explain again and again that I'll just be standing there when I'm on stage, they're just as excited as they were when they first announced I'd be participating. I'm glad they'll be there though. The last hour or so before showtime is a busy one, with lots of the cast running around doing last-minute preparations or run-throughs. I just try to stand out of the way and help out if asked. Okay, that makes more sense then. That makes a lot more sense. Butter, butter, butter. Butter, butter, butter. We made the change from practicing in the park to practicing on a real stage pretty easily, and by now, the whole production is pretty smooth. I made the mistake of peeking out from the curtain before it begins. See that almost all the chairs in the audience are filled? I even managed to spot my people, although they don't notice me. I head to a corner backstage, doing my best to stay out of everyone's way. Cyrus has been walking around checking in with each cast and crew member in turn. He hasn't got to me when Lena hurries over.
Miho! Ready to go? Nervous?
I'm just a tree. But I'm just a tree. I'm just a tree. I'm just a tree.
So far, so good. What about you?
I'm just a tree.
Shouldn't you be in your costume?
I'm gonna go get changed soon. I was just, talking with my parents.
Telephone. Who is live now? Who has gone live now, phone? Please, inform me. Enlighten me, who has gone live now on Twitch.tv/insert the username here. Ah, yes. That guy. Big man. Cool.
Are they here in the audience?
Yep, front row. I think they were more excited for me to be in this play than I was.
You seem pretty excited in general, because of Cyrus.
I know exactly what you mean. I'm glad I did it, though.
Yeah, me too. They said they're glad I found something I like. Although I know they still wish it was ballet. I guess me being up on stage is still good enough for them.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, I think I am. I mean, it was my decision. I probably won't be in any other plays anytime soon, though.
Who knows?
That's too bad. You're really good at it.
I know, but I want to keep trying new things. Maybe someday I'll go back to ballet or something, but only if I decide that I want to, not someone else.
Hey, Cyrus. Cyrus wraps up a conversation with a nearby cast member, and then joins us in our corner.
Hey, you two. All set for your big debut, Miho?
I think I've got all my lines down.
Yeah, all my lines, all memorized. Got them all in my noggin, right here.
Good. How about you, Lena?
Ready, boss!
Cool. Thanks for making this possible, both of you.
No, it's no big deal. Right, Miho?
Yeet.
Right.
Me, it's pretty true. But for Lena...
We should probably go get changed, but first,
Scratching his neck, Cyrus looks away for a moment.
Hey, Lena. Are you, busy after this?
After the play? No, why?
Do you wanna get dinner or something?
Lena, blinks a few times in rapid succession. My guy. My dude. Cyrus.
Yes! Let's do that!
Blushies, blushies, blushies!
Okay, I'm gonna go get ready now!
Face red, Lena runs off, both Cyrus and I stare after her.
The dressing room's the other way.
Hate to see her go, love to see her leave. A moment later, Lena zooms past us, going in the opposite direction.
Oops, it's this way.
Ah, we love Lena. We love her. We love the beans. She disappears into another room.
That wasn't weird, was it?
Nah. Nah.
From me, I mean.
Nah, I've seen weirder.
Nah, I think weird is like her normal anyway. I think she's pretty glad you asked her.
I kind of had a feeling after she gave me that painting a while ago. Part of the reason I wanted her to be in this play was so we could hang out more.
Many beans, many beans, many beans.
Been kind of tough.
Don't worry. I think it'll all work out fine.
Cyrus nods.
Well, I'm gonna go get dressed too. See you on stage.
Yeah.
See you.
Cyrus leaves, and after my last couple minutes alone, it's taken a while to get here, but it seems like everything's turned out alright. Nina's all over the place and hard to follow sometimes, and Cyrus is like her opposite. They're both nice people though, and I hope that them getting dinner later is just the start of something between them. I think they'll be good for each other. Eventually it's time for me to get ready as well. In the dressing room, I pull on my stiff tree costume and take my place backstage. From the other side of the curtains, I can hear the low rumble of the crowd talking. As the lights dim, chatter goes too. Looking around, I see Lena all dressed up and ready to go. She gives me a big thumbs up. The front, Cyrus faces everyone with a small smile.
Showtime.
We all get into position, and the curtains rise. The music begins, and Lena soon takes her place on center stage. Watching her perform is like watching a whole other person. There's a certain grace to her movements and the way she talks. I admire her ability to go all out and perform when she does, if she has to, even when I know she must be all worked up emotionally. Cyrus is the same way when she's acting. He has to talk louder to project his voice, but he doesn't seem uncomfortable doing it. The way he walks and talks is elegant, like Lena. The audience laughs and gasps at all the right places. And I even hear a few sniffles during some of the sad parts. When it's finally time for me to go, I'm surprised by just how many faces there are in the crowd. I can't let myself get distracted though. I need to do my best too. My part's pretty easy, and I pull it off without a hitch. As I leave the stage for the last time, Lena mouths, "Nice job!" to me. I smile in return. Look, it's Meemo. It's me, Meemo the tree. Meemo the tree. Meemo the tree. The whole 2 hours seem to fly by, and the last scene ends. I can hardly believe it's all over. One by one, we all go back out to take a bow. The applause in the audience is like thunder rolling through the theater. I don't know who the fuck this is. Last one's the return of the three main characters, including Lena and Cyrus. As they take their place, the applause somehow gets louder, with everyone rising out of their seats to clap. Primo. Confetti falls to the rafters as I look around, basking in the celebration. Lena's smile is huge, while Cyrus seems a little stunned by the reaction. Three of them link hands and take a bow, and then the rest of us join them one last time for a final bow all together. Throughout it, Lena and Cyrus never let go of each other. When everything is over, and everyone goes backstage to clean up and congratulate each other, I'd say goodbye to pretty much everyone except those two. I look around and try to find them, but can't. Finally, the sound of a door closing catches my ear. I peek around the corner of a hallway to see Lena and Cyrus standing at a door to the outside, but to step out together. I'd say they've earned a right to leave early and skip out on the cleaning. As the door shuts behind them, I smile to myself. I think they're going to be just fine. The moon sits high in the sky as Juliet and I make our way through the quiet streets hand in hand. With Lyra fast asleep at home, this is the first time we've spent together, just the two of us, since we got back from the edge of the world. We catch a shuttle to the nature reserve from the same place I boarded it last time. And just like our shuttle to the edge, almost devoid of other passengers. The preserve is open at all hours to give nocturnal fable, like Juliet, the opportunity to come visit. But I don't expect it to be. I don't expect it to be nearly as busy as when I went there. I can't read. It's great. It's fine. Sure enough, we're practically alone as we enter. The whole area to ourselves.
It's just as beautiful as I remember.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
We meander through the lush, sprawling forest before ending up back near the calm river. Juliet and I point out nesting birds and skittering lizards as we see them. It's a much different atmosphere than when I was here in the daytime, but not in a bad way, just quieter and more relaxed.
I'm glad we can go out like this. It's been a while, huh?
Yes, it has. It's been hectic having another mouth to feed and look after.
But not a bad way, right?
For sure. I don't really mind it, though.
Nor do I.
We come to a stop near the water, just far from the cover sitting area. I can see my reflection staring right at me. It looks like I'm alone. Others right beside me. Juliet has a reflection to speak of, like usual. Like her ability to taste some food. I wonder if that'll come back someday.
It's been fun having Lyra around, even though it's only been a couple days. I like being able to help her out.
I know she's appreciative of it too, even if she has trouble expressing that sometimes.
Yeah, I don't blame her for that. I know what it's like.
Whether it's cooking her dinner, or setting up the TV, or just checking in on her at night, Lyra's presence has given me a sense of purpose that I didn't really have before. She's shown that she's capable of taking care of herself, but she's still choosing to rely on Juliet and me. I keep thinking of that hopeful blue glow that Unbi described. If Unbi had seen me back when I first came to the library, I probably would have had the same color surrounding me. Tonight, Lyra went to bed. Goddamn arm existing. Tonight, Lyra went to bed without needing any reassurance that her time at the library is limited. And she even complimented the meal that Juliet prepared for dinner. Just like I did. She's settling into her routine.
What are we gonna do about her?
I asked quietly. Juliet doesn't answer at first. I know that she heard me. She's probably thinking about it too. The answer seems obvious, of course, but also huge. Life-changing. For more than one life.
I want her to stay. I know what that means. At least, I kind of do. You would know better than me, since you've been through it before. But I don't want to tell her she has to leave someday. Not when I know she doesn't have anywhere else to go. I don't know what usually happens to kids without a family. But if I was her, I wouldn't trust some stranger who told me what I had to do, where I have to live. And one thing I do know is how hard it is to be alone in the world, with no one you can talk to or trust. I don't want anyone to feel that way. Not if I can help it.
I rest my head on Juliet's shoulder. She puts her arm around me. The sheer amount of responsibility that I'm suggesting we take on is overwhelming. I don't know anything about taking care of a kid. I don't even know how to properly take care of myself sometimes. Until recently. There's so much I'm only vaguely aware of. School, clothes, chores. I never had a childhood or grew up in the normal sense of the word. But none of that matters. What's important is that Lyra is here, and her future is in our hands. Everything I've learned since coming to Wellington, all the ways I have grown, they all point towards this being the right decision. Beside me, I feel Juliet slowly nod.
In the end, it's not our choice to make. What's most important is what she wants. It's a cruel fate that dealt her this hand in the first place. Someone so young shouldn't have to make such a huge decision. But we can only play with the cards we're given. If being with us is what Lyra wants, then I would be happy to oblige. The road will be long and difficult. There will be tears and frustrations on both sides, I'm sure. And I'm sure it will take some time before she can fully trust and accept us, as it should. But I know there will also be smiles and joy, little things and big things that make the difficulties worth enduring. If that's something that she's prepared for, as much as she can be, and that you're prepared for too, Miho, then I want her to stay as well.
Step ahead to look around. All around us are the reminders of how many lives, big and small. From the chirping crickets and croaking frogs to the other park visitors who pass by us. All of them, all of us, exist together, here, under the same moon, breathing the same air. I used to take these connections for granted, just like I did my everyday existence. It's not just what I've gained since then, but also what I've lost that makes me pause and silently reflect. Don't mean my person, who never, ever forgot me. Aspen and Juliet, who opened their hearts and lives to accept me. Even Unbi, who eventually came to trust me. They all made me who I am. I'm fortunate to have had them in my life. Can I be that for someone else? Can I help someone to grow the same way? The one thing that all those people have in common is that they all chose and took a chance on me. And I took a chance on them. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that all the best things in life come with risk and uncertainty. This decision, as big as it may be, isn't any different. Turning to look into Juliet's eyes, I nod.
Yeah, I'm prepared.
The gentle warmth engulfs me as her arms pull me into an embrace.
Then we'll speak with her tomorrow.
Oh, that was cute. That was a nice, cute speech from Meemo. Cute Miho speech. We love it. Juliet and I end up getting home Getting home pretty late from the nature preserve, and so the next morning I choose to sleep in a bit longer than usual. When I finally climb out of bed, I go to check on Lyra. Although our bed is messy and unmade, she's nowhere to be seen. She must have already gone up and gone downstairs. Hi, Aspen! Yawning, I make my way to the kitchen, expecting to see her and Juliet. But when I see who is waiting there instead, I blink with surprise.
Aspen!
Aspen!
Ah, Miho. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's been forever since you've been here.
It's only been a few weeks.
Like I said,
Forever.
ever.
It's been forever.
It does feel that way, I admit. Sorry I haven't been able to chat much lately.
Are you over stressing yourself with your book, or is this a better? Or is this a time where you're not stressing over your book?
It's fine. I know you're busy.
Although Aspen and I still check in every morning just so she doesn't forget me. We never talk for long. In fact, most of our conversations are pretty much just saying hello and then almost immediately saying goodbye. I haven't even gotten the chance to tell her about everything that's been happening these past few days.
Have you been?
Oh, same as ever. These past couple weeks I've been working hard on some edits to my manuscript that a publisher requested. It's been tough, but I can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel.
That's great! So they're gonna publish your book?
It's still too early to say, but
She cracks a smile.
I'm optimistic at least.
That's good to hear. I still have doubts and sadness from the last time you tried to get a publisher, which you don't know about because time.
What about you? I expected Juliet to be around by now, but I haven't seen her.
She might be asleep. We were out kind of late last night.
Oh! I take it that means things are going better between you two then.
Yeah, your advice helped a lot. Things have been really good, actually.
I'm so glad to hear it.
We're thinking to adopt a child. The whole time we're talking, Aspen is just turning this way and that way in her chair, like she's searching for something.
What are you looking for?
Lyra?
I don't know what happened to my pen. I swear I just had it with me, but now I can't
Lyra!
Maybe you dropped it on the floor?
Lyra, don't you bring pranks on Auntie Aspen.
find it. Maybe. It's not a big deal, though. I have extras.
Her purse is dangling from her chair, and she pulls it into her lap to dig through. When she does, she frowns.
What now?
My notebook is missing too. There's no way that fell out on its own.
Aspen stands up, pacing back and forth between her seat and the entrance to the kitchen, peering down the room towards the front door. When she's out of her seat, I watch her hand mirror float up out of her bag and disappear around a corner. I have to bite my lip to keep from laughing when I realize what's going on. Looking frustrated, Aspen returns and sits back down.
How odd.
Taking a peek into her purse again, Aspen suddenly looks up and glares at me.
Did you do this?
No, I didn't do anything. I did nothing. I did nothing of the sort.
Do what?
My mirror. I'm certain it was just here. I just saw it and set it aside.
I didn't touch it. I swear.
Then who did?
As fun as it is to watch Aspen get frustrated, I don't want her to get genuinely upset. I look over in the direction of where I saw her mirror vanish.
Alright, Lyra. That's enough.
Lyra suddenly pops into view, right next to me instead of where she disappeared. There's a notebook and a pen in her one hand and the mirror in her other.
Why'd you ruin it? I was gonna get her whole bag next.
Oh, thanks, Olivia. Across from me, Aspen stares in shock, her mouth moving but unable to actually form any sentences.
Wait. Who? Huh? Wait. Who? Huh? Wait. Who? Huh? Wait. Who? Huh? Wait. Who? Huh?
Nice. Put a marker there then. Brain. Fuck you. Fuck you, brain, for like. I'd probably have markers here eventually. That's certainly the voice line. Am I gonna use it for something? I don't know. I'm just gonna have it bookmarked for some random reason. They'll be there whenever I feel like using it. Kinda gushy. Alright, fine. Alright, fine. If it's gushy, then I'll go. Oh, fine, fine. It's gushy. Fine, I'll go for it. Fine, if you say so, Olivia. If you say so. Across from me, Aspen stares in shock, her mouth moving. I've already read that.
Aspen, meet Lyra. Lyra, meet Aspen. She's not a wolf. Don't worry.
He's not a wolf! Tristan! Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. They were rolling their eyes at me.
Duh, I can tell.
Are you sure? After blinking a few times, Aspen managed to get herself somewhat under control.
It's nice to meet you, Lyra.
From the way she stares at me, even while talking to the kid, I can tell Aspen wants an explanation.
Do you live here too?
No.
I don't. Why do you ask?
You act like it.
LSE. Definitely LSE. Big LSE. Big LSE. I can't help but snort with laughter. Aspen, meanwhile, seems like she can't tell if she should be offended or not. Having had so much fun, having had my fun, I decided to help her out. Hold on, blast.
Lyra's staying at the library for a while. We met her a couple days ago.
I see. Juliet sure does love her strays.
Oh, I'm a stray.
Lyra, may I please have my things back?
Fine.
Topping over to where Aspen's sitting, Lyra returns her belongings.
So you're able to use magic too, I see.
Uh-huh. Can you?
No!
Unfortunately not. I wish I could.
Oh. Just to show off, Lyra disappears again and Aspen instantly clenches her purse tightly.
How long are you able to stay invisible?
Reappearing, Lyra shrugs.
I have to hold my breath.
Ah. Oh, it's like that one spell. And it's like that one spell in the Owl House.
Oh, that explains it.
I thought she always puffed up her cheeks for dramatic effect, but if it's part of her magic, then that makes more sense. Looking smug, Lyra sits down in the last empty seat at the table.
When's breakfast?
I don't know.
Dunno. Juliet's still asleep. I can start making us something, though.
I hate your food.
I can wait. Juliet's cooking is better.
Wow, rude. Is that how you talk to your mom, Lyra? This time it's Aspen who tries to stifle a laugh.
She doesn't mince words, does she?
Hell no.
At least she's honest, I guess. I'm gonna cook anyway. Even I can't mess up eggs and toast that much.
Look at Lyra's face. It's adorable. Look at that mouth. Look at that mouth. But it's good. Screenshot of this for fun. Windows G. I conveniently choose to leave out the results from the last time I made food for out. I have more experience now, so it should be better. Once again, Juliet turns up when I'm halfway through the cooking.
Good morning, everyone. My, what a crowded kitchen we have today.
Yes. So okay, we have to zoom out.
Morning! The food will be ready soon.
This time, I'm keeping a close eye on the eggs to make sure they don't overcook. And on the toast to make sure it cooks enough. Okay. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Eggs and toast. While I do that, Juliet goes and retrieves another chair from somewhere so that we all have a place to sit. My eyes are starting to hurt from doing that face. When everything looks alright, I dish it up and serve it. Spin and Lyra eat without any complaints. Which I take to mean is good enough. But it's Juliet's reaction that I'm more curious about. Posture check. Okay, if you're here, the posture check. Straighten her back up. Here we are. I watch intently as she prepares a careful bite, chewing thoughtfully, and then her face lights up.
It tastes wonderful.
Awesome.
I'd happily cook every morning if it makes her smile like that every time. Not gonna comment about the tasting or being able to taste food, Aspen? Okay. When breakfast is over, Juliet stands up to get everyone's attention.
Aspen, Meemo, I was wondering if I might be able to enlist your help for the day. Since the library is closed for the weekend, I thought it might be a good opportunity to give this place a thorough cleaning.
Yes, cleaning is important. Especially a library. Lots of dust everywhere. Especially on top of the bookshelves, where you don't look very often.
It's been ages since it's had a good dusting, and some of the spare rooms could stand to be emptied out.
Probably. And dusted.
Sure, I don't mind. I could certainly use the exercise.
Yeah, of course I'll help.
And Lyra, you can,
Thank you.
What about me? I can help too.
Sure.
Well...
She and I look at each other. I give a tiny nod. We didn't plan out how to have this conversation with Lyra, but now it seems like as good of a time as any. Aspen also notices our silence as an exchange because she stands up.
I'll go straighten up the books first,
Yes.
before we start on the rest of the house. Just give me a call if you need
I need to go, walk my plant.
We will. Thank you.
Clean out the litter box for my fish. Once Aspen leaves, Juliet takes a seat, scooting her chair closer to Lyra and me. From the way the kid starts to fidget, I get the impression that we're making her nervous.
Lyra, there was something that Meemo and I wanted to ask you. Something very important.
Do you want to live here with us?
I decided to just cut to the chase, rather than stretch out the amount of time that Lyra has to worry about what we're going to say. It's probably good for the best. She stops fidgeting immediately, looking confused.
What do you mean? I already do.
Yes, but in a permanent sense. Not just for a few nights, but...
This would be your home. Oh.
Yeah. For a bit, none of us talk. Under the table, I seek out Juliet's hand. I'm surprised to find that it's shaking. Lyra chews her lips and bites her tongue. Her thumb, not her tongue. Staring at the floor.
Of course, if you don't want to, then we fully understand. Both of us will do everything we can to help you find somewhere that you do want to be.
Yeah. We won't make you go back to the people you ran away from or anything like that.
Even though we've already promised her that, I feel like it bears repeating.
If I do, then what would we be?
Family?
In what sense?
Like...
She struggles to find the words to phrase her question, but I think I know what she means. It's kind of like when Juliet and I began our relationship, and I didn't know what to call it.
we'd be family.
Oh. Lyra. Oh god. So cute. So cute. Finally, Lyra looks up at both of us. I squeeze Juliet's hand and she squeezes back. Still shaky.
Okay. I like that.
I can feel the tension drain out of Juliet's hand as she relaxes, laughing with relief. Even as my heart pounds, I can feel myself gritting too. Across from us, for the first time ever, I see Lyra's face light up with a real, genuine smile. One that she doesn't bother to hide or force away. I don't have to be sober to see the hope that she feels right now. I felt it myself not so long ago. This time, I get to be the one to say the words that Juliet said to me back then.
In that case, welcome home.
Leaping to her feet, Lyra scurries over to her with her arms outstretched. Juliet and I catch her in a hug. The three of us wrap our arms around each other. Somehow, out of the three of us, Lyra's the one who, without any tears in her eyes. Oh.
You'll never have to be alone again.
Together, Lyra and I both nod. The three of us separate, and Juliet laughs as she wipes her face.
Well, shall we go give Aspen a hand?
Yeah.
We find Aspen up near the front, idly wiping down one of the display cases with a rag. She turns around to face us, and I see her sizing up all the details at once. Our tears, Lyra's hand and Juliet's, and her newfound smile. I can tell she understands.
Congratulations, all of you.
Aspen, Juliet, and I organize this and scrub the bookcase. Aspen, Juliet, and I organize and scrub the downstairs area from top to bottom. Lyra runs back and forth between us, bringing cleaners and rags and whatever else one asks for. It could be. Once we're finished, we move upstairs, skipping over my room and Juliet's study. Instead, you'll stop at the storage room, where I found the fish tank for the elemental and where Juliet got my TV. She flicks on the lights, illuminating boxes stuffed with toys and clothes and even a couple full of books. All of these used to be Cosette's things. They've just sat here, untouched, for years. Put a hand on her shoulder, while both Lyra and Aspen wait, uncertainly, by the door. Juliet strolls through the room, peering into several boxes. Sometimes she retrieves a toy, like a plastic horse or a stuffed doll, and gazes at it fondly. But then she puts them back. I follow her in, and hesitantly, Lyra follows behind me. Juliet kneels down to match Lyra's eye level. Then, reaching out, clasp her hands.
Lyra, feel free to keep anything here that strikes your fancy. We'll donate the rest to others who may want them.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm certain. Cosette wouldn't have wanted her treasures to sit in the dark and waste away unappreciated. I was only doing that for myself. No. What she would have wanted is for them to bring smiles and happiness to others, like they brought to her. passing them down is the best way I can honor her memory.
I'll take good care of them.
Juliet pats her on the head.
I know you will.
It takes all day, but together we manage to comb through everything in the rooms. Aspen sweeps and dusts while the rest of us sort out all the belongings. No. In the end, Lyra only picks a few toys and clothes for herself. The rest are packed neatly into boxes that Juliet and I haul downstairs to be picked up by a charity group later. I'm tearing up, it's so cute. I'm tearing up from cuteness. We go room by room, cleaning up until we reach the last one. Lyra's room. All of us help her carry her chosen toys and setting them up on a shelf or in a toy box. Aspen and Juliet swap out the bed sheets and the curtains and take care of all the dust. We also rearrange the furniture just to give it a new look. There are a few things Juliet takes her too. Photographs in a journal and other personal belongings. She takes those into her study, giving them a place of honor by her desk, where they'll never be out of sight, but also where they're surrounded by the records and lives of others who came before. People who might have known her. Juliet puts a smiling, framed picture of Cosette on the shelf facing towards the door. In the photo, Cosette is laughing and winking, even as she's walking away from the camera. I have to say, she looks right at home too. I'm gonna cut the second gush for Cosette.
I'm beat.
Another gush, a gush for Cosette. I'm doing that. Flop down on the bed, spreading my arms out. And it's not my own bed for once, but Juliet's.
You worked very hard today. You deserve to be exhausted.
Not as hard as you. You carried most of those boxes.
We both put in a lot of effort.
She lays next to me. Without a window, it's darker in Juliet's room than it is in mine. I count on one hand the number of times I've been in here. Did I yawn? She went home hours ago and Lyra went to bed not long after. It'll be my turn soon.
You should get some rest, dear.
I will. First, I have to get the energy to go back to my room.
Do you?
What do you mean?
There's certainly room for two here.
Room for two, you say? Mm-hmm. You don't say. Room for two, really? Mm-hmm. Room for two, you said. Room for two. Room for two. I pressed the enter button early. Room for two. That's not the thing I want to open. I want this thing. Rolling onto my side to face her, I laugh.
Yeah, I guess so. You must be worn out too. You stayed up all day, didn't you?
Yes. I wanted to spend it with the three of you.
I'm glad.
I yawned again, and this time it's Juliet who laughs.
Sleep, my love. I'll see you in the morning.
You doesn't have to tell me twice. I'm not even bothered to fight my heavy eyes from closing. I just nod.
Good night.
It's time already, isn't it? The sky collapses into the ocean, slashing me with 1,000 shades of blue. Clouds drift from the water and fish swim from the sky. I'm alone, but I'm not alone. Although there's no one at my side, I can feel the warm presence of my loved ones in my heart. With every step I take, sky water ripples in every direction. The expanse goes on forever, above, below, and around me. I look down at my hands and feet, and I'm a reflection beneath me. Yellow eyes framed by dark fur look back, the fox's paws moving in time with my footsteps. She's me, and I'm her. I know this. So why are we separated this time? Together, we move forward. It was impossible to see what's beyond the horizon. Just move and move blue. It's more and more blue. Then, far ahead, blue floating along in the current catches my eye, and I run to it. The paper rolls up tightly. Something stirs in my soul as one of the people I hold dear, their smiles and recognition. Gently I unfurl the scroll. Just as soon as I do, the words written there melt away, pouring off the page and into the water at my feet. I look down to see the ink boiling beneath me and between my feet and my fox's paws. I take a deep breath and then kneel down, my hands hovering just inches from the surface, and a single paw waits at the other side as the fox's eyes look into mine. Muttering all my courage, I plunge my hand down into the swirling ink and rippling water, reaching for my other self. With a gasp, I bolt upwards into bed, breathing heavily. My palms and neck are slick with sweat, and my heart races like I just ran a marathon. Daylight blinks. Daylight blinds me, and I hold up one arm to shield myself from it, but it doesn't help. As I become aware of my other sensations, I feel the unfamiliar bed I'm in, and the warmth of someone beside me. I remember where I am. Juliet's room, not my own. Usually my dreams fall away as soon as I wake up, but the one I just had remains vivid in my mind, that endless blue lingering in my thoughts. A crystal clear memory.
Meow?
I can hear Juliet sit up on the other side of the bed, still partially hidden in shadow. As I blink to get my bearings, I realize that it's not daylight, it's blinding me. It's my bead. Why are you here, Lyra? As bright as the full moon, it rests against my chest. In its glow, I can see a third person, illuminated between Juliet and me. Lyra is fast asleep. No one bothered. She's flat on her back, hands clutching a blanket. I cup my hands and lift them up to cover my bead, although light still pours from between my fingers. The moment my palm brushes against it, a shiver runs down my spine. The ocean from my dream fills my thoughts, even as I'm aware of what's around me. As the feeling dissipates, I'm left with a sensation of total calmness. My eyes aren't bothered by the light. I don't feel hot under the blankets, and with Lyra pressed against me, the dampness of my hair is gone. I look over to see Juliet in darkness. Although sleepiness still tugs at her eyes, I can tell she's wide awake now. With one hand, I remove my necklace. One by one, I slide off the other beads until I get to the one that matters. I let it fall into my hand. The only sensation I'm aware of is resting there. Tiny cracks cover it all over. I close my fingers around it, holding it, hiding some more of the glow. Sensing Juliet rather than seeing her, I whisper into the dark.
It's time.
I stand up and feel the bed shake as Juliet stands up as well. We go out into the hallway together, carefully shutting the door behind us. From the hallway window, I can see that it's still early in the morning, just around sunrise. I uncurl my fingers again, letting the bright light illuminate the hall. Juliet and I look at it, and then she meets my eyes. Strangely, I don't feel any nervousness.
Let's go down to the beach.
The ocean here isn't quite the same as the one in my mind. It's rougher and tighter with boats. The spouts of fishermen handling the morning's catch drift over from the boardwalk. The noisy drone of a landing airship was over there. Juliet and I stand just out of reach of the tide, not far from where I first confessed my feelings to her. Her parasol blocks the early morning sun as we face each other. Out here, the light from my bead isn't so pronounced. It hasn't gone any dimmer, though. A noisy awareness hums in the back of my mind, like a radio not quite tuned into station. It's impatient. I'm impatient. I lock eyes with Juliet. Neither of us say anything. Neither of us need to. She just nods, encouraging me. Turn towards the sea. Slowly, I bring the bead to my lips. As it gets closer, humming in my head gets louder, and the ocean in my head feels like it might break free into reality. Then, the moment the bead touches my tongue, it melts away like candy, and the humming sound stops. The ocean recedes. Closing my eyes, I feel the magic spread throughout my body. It's like a wind inside me that I inhale, filling my lungs, not just my lungs, but my heart, my mind, and everything else. That breeze ripples across my skin. From inside, flexing my fingers and curling my toes, it moves to fill every part of me. This magic I was born to inherit. It drifts across my memories, making the colors more vivid and filling in details I've forgotten. The spring green of the trees in the forest, the agony of my injured leg, the bitter cold of being caught in a storm, the softness of my first night in my own bed. I do feel my body change as my one tail splits into 9, unfurling behind me, like Juliet's parasol. I understand Inby's words now. She teased me for not figuring it out. Swallowing my bead hasn't made me into a different person. What it wanted was only ever what I wanted. The pain of loss and the comfort of love. Happiness. I've experienced these and so many other things for myself already. My bead hasn't ever known anything that I didn't know. It's only been an extension of me. And what I know is that I haven't reached the end of my journey. Just another step on it. I still have to strive for those things that I want. Be happy. Be in love. They aren't destinations either. They're pathways themselves that I have to strive to follow. Stay on. Junho. Sky Fox. Before me, sky and sea appear to stretch out forever, meeting at the edge of existence. Though separate They match each other in their vastness. Both are hopeful as blue as I've ever seen.
Miho.
Yeah, it says my name like a statement, not a question, confirming that I'm still here in front of her. I see two tails. I see the tails. I'm still me.
Juliet.
Still, seems fitting that my first words as the new me should be her name.
How do you feel?
Take a moment to assess that. Being a fox feels different from being in my other form, but it feels like a mixture of both. The sense of the ocean, fish, and salt, and more, is stronger in my nose. Among the chaotic noise of the fishermen and the other city bustle, I'm able to pick out individual voices and focus on individual sounds. Each grain of sand on the beach stands out, so numerous that if I look at them too long, my eyes start to hurt. In the same way, I can notice each thread of Juliet's shirt, each splinter on the nearby boardwalk, each bubble in the rising tide.
Different, but the same. I can notice more of everything around me, but I don't feel that different on the inside. I'm still just Miho.
Good. I would hope for nothing else.
I take a few steps, getting used to the feeling of having more tails, although they're heavier. Moving them comes as naturally as moving just one did. They fan out, ooh, cute, behind me, only evidence of the change I just underwent. That and the necklace around my throat.
Do I seem any different to you?
Because of the tails, I assume, nothing else. Right?
Not at a glance. Is it what you'd expected?
Ear wiggle?
I
Alright,
don't
use it, ear
know
wiggle.
if I was expecting anything in particular.
Ear wiggle, wiggle.
I
Wiggle, wiggle.
said that to Envy, and she just laughed at me. But I get it now. My bead didn't change me. I've changed myself. I think maybe that's why Envy isn't quite ready yet. But I'm sure she will be soon. I think she's on the right track now.
Juliet gazes at me with admiration in her eyes. There was a time where that would be kind of embarrassing, because I didn't know what she was seeing in me. Now, I've made peace with who I am. I feel like I can stand a little taller.
Do you remember what you said once, back when we first met? I believe it was one of the first times we had breakfast together. You said that you wanted to learn how to be a person.
I'd say I accomplished that.
As would I. But you helped me do the same. Unbi as well. And I'm sure there's much that Lyra will learn from you in time. Unbi was right in that regard. The capacity to change, not just yourself, but the others in your life, has always been within you.
Yeah. I guess my bead was just trying to show me that all along. Now that it's gone, I wonder if it means people will be able to remember me normally. If not...
Then it's another trial, another goal to work towards, another challenge to overcome. Somehow, the thought of that isn't so scary anymore. Because I know that I can rely on myself and on my loved ones, and that things will turn out okay. I smile.
If not, then I'll keep trying to find a way. I'm pretty good at that after all.
Somehow you always do.
Sun getting higher, and Juliet repositioning her parasol to block it. It feels luxuriously warm on my tails, but I know Juliet can't be comfortable.
You should go back to the library without me. I'll be home soon, but I want to walk around a bit first.
All right. It's probably best if Lyra doesn't wake up to an empty house. I'll see you again soon then.
Before she goes, we embrace each other for a kiss. Her lips feel even softer than usual. Her hand as it holds mine for a moment is gentler. Thanks for the lesbians, Possum. Sorry, no, it's not. Thanks for the lesbians, Possum. Thanks for the lesbians. Thank you. I forgot I had that as a redeem, I'll be honest with you. I forgot that was a thing. I was like, why are there so many things thrown at me? Oh yeah, the Lebsian redeem. Of course, the Lebsian redeem. How could I forget the Lebsian redeem? SMH my head. How could I forget the Lebsians? What'd you expect from... What was the description I put? Let's see. What'd you expect from throw Lebsian love at me, Iwi? What'd you expect, huh? You should expect nothing less. We step apart, sharing a smile, and I wave goodbye as Juliet starts making her way back home. I head to the skyport myself. It's busy when I get there. The airship I heard land not long ago has let its passengers off, and they flow through the security lines and into the freedom of the city. I stop outside the doors where I last said goodbye to Unbi, although I don't plan to go inside. Instead, I turn around and start walking across town, throughout town, following a zigzag path that takes me all along the road and alleyways. It's been months since I arrived, but I can still remember every twist and turn that I took as I ran from the security guard. Some of those streets I've walked down several times since then, and some of them only passed through that time. The welcoming colors of Cuba Street guide me towards the heart of Wellington. Along the way, I pass by the Bell House, pausing outside of it. It's early enough that the inside is still dark, except a couple lights in the kitchen. Even Asp isn't here this early. In the glass window, I could see my own reflection. I have expected to find a fox staring back at me, but not this time. Like I said to Juliet, I'm still Miho. To the Bell House door, I make a sharp turn and go back the way I came from. On the way to Mount Victoria, pass by the road to the library, but don't go down it, of course. I'm not quite ready to go home yet. I'm sure Juliet's waiting for me, there and Lyra too, if she's awake. I wonder what she'll have to say about my new tales. I keep on walking, and soon, the rising green slope of Mount Victoria comes into view. Climbing up the mountain is pretty much automatic since I can remember every curve and incline in the trail before it happens. Although I pass a few people who are also on their way up, and also some people heading down from the top, I'm all alone when I reach the summit. Just for a moment. I know. But a moment is enough. From up here, the sky port doesn't look very big. The path I just took doesn't seem very far. Yet, in a sense, it took me months to walk it. I'm sure I'll come up here many more times in the future. There are so many places I want to go and things I want to see, but I know that I'll never get tired of this view. People, places I care about, are all within my reach. For me, everything comes back to this spot. When I stood up here for the first time, I could have known that the journey I was about to begin. I could have known the journey that was about to begin for me. That's why I can't help but feel excited as I gaze out at the city I've come to love. So many things are changing. But for once it isn't scary. The future is uncertain, but that just means it's full of opportunities and potential. I'm done with letting life just happen to me. From now on, voice crack. From now on, I intend to make it what I want. A sudden gust sweeps across the mountain, down through the forest, and out towards the sea. It ripples through my hair the same way it ripples through the trees. As the leaves rustle together in the breeze. It sounds like a warm laughter. Little fox, where is your home? The wind whispers, closing my eyes, I relax and surround myself. I surrendered myself to it all.
Right here.
Please be happy. Let's do the Elon.
As I open to another page, I wonder if I'll always stay the same or be someone someday. As you open up another door, I'm searching for more, but I'm not really sure what I'll find. On and on, the clock on the wall keeps ticking along. So I put a bookmark in this chapter of my life, a daily pressed flower to remember you by. Getting older will mean that you're not on my mind. Together we'll be young till we die. With just a word or two, the year will end so soon. Will you remember me if I remember you? Tomorrow's just another new today. I wonder if our hearts will stay the same, or if we'll ever change now. All that we own are our memories, so I'll hold them close and I'll live my life with my heart on my sleeve still. On and on, the clock on the wall keeps ticking along. So I put a bookmark in this chapter of my life, a daily pressed flower to remember you by. And if getting older will mean that you're not on my mind, together we'll be young till we die. Maybe I'll forget a bit of you, maybe you'll forget me too, but I'll treasure every second, and I know that you will too.
Everything is already packed up and on its way down to the underworld. All that remains is us. After 100 years in the library, from Juliet and half a decade from Lyra and me. It only took a couple days for everything we own to be organized into boxes and sent ahead for our new home. Everything we're keeping, at least. There was just as much to give away as toys, clothes. Lyra had outgrown. No, I can't read. There was so much. There was just as much to give away. Toys and clothes Lyra had outgrown. Furniture we didn't want to take. Mementos that we left with our friends. And the only part that's remained unchanged are the library shelves themselves. Aspen swore that she wouldn't take a single book off the shelf after taking over. The bedroom I shared with Juliet, Lyra's room, and Juliet's office, were the last ones we packed up. At first, it was jarring to see so much empty space, but over time I stopped thinking about it that way, rather than picturing what's not there anymore. I prefer to think of it as being ready to be reborn. Whatever this place becomes, I hope whoever's here after loves it as much as we did.
Are you ready, dear?
As ready as I'll ever be.
For what might be the last time the two of us stand together in the library's foyer, hand in hand, we take a final look around. The creaky spots on the floor, the faint, musty smell of so many books, the curtains fluttering in the breeze. All of it is imprinted on my heart. I'll never forget it. This was the first home I ever had. Well, the second after the forest. But as far as I'm concerned, it's where my life began. I had a lot of memories here. I know that will be missed just as much as we'll miss it. Despite how long it's been, I'm still not entirely used to people remembering me. But I prefer this bittersweet feeling of pain of being forgotten. Now it's time to say goodbye. Juliet clicks open the locket around her neck. On one side is a tiny picture of the four of us. Juliet, Lyra, Aspen, and me. Although it's just three of us who are going, Aspen will always be part of our family. Even now, she's at the skyport, waiting to see us all. On the other is a photo of Cosette. The same wry look in that picture as the one in the portrait that once hung on the wall. Half smirk, half laugh. Her smile is immortalized forever. Tiny hands of the clock tick imperceptibly onward.
What about you? Are you ready?
There are plenty of things that I'll miss. Sure, I haven't even thought of them all yet. After so long, I can scarcely believe that I'm leaving. And yet, I'm excited for what awaits us. Not just in our new home, but in our new lives. I feel the same way I did 5 years ago. we first fell in love. I can't wait to see what happens next.
We lean in at the same time, the same thought on both our minds. And after another 100 years, I know that I won't get tired of kissing Juliet. The front door bangs open, and both look over to see Lyra standing there impatiently.
Come on! Do you want to keep Aspen waiting forever?
Juliet and I look at each other with a smile.
Forever's an awfully long time, you know.
Right. So we'd better get going.
Dang. It's over already. I can't believe it. 40 hours by now, definitely. 40 hours, probably. 40 hours. 40 hours. Aspen? What do you mean Aspen route? We already did Aspen route. You missed it, Bonlivia. You missed it, Bonlivia. We already did Aspen. You missed it. You're a lot of months too late. Okay, I need to quickly dehydrate before we do the final end. I know, but I have other things planned for next Sapphic Sunday. Ow. I need to dehydrate first. I can't hydrate now. Stop recording, you idiot. Oh my god. I need to go quickly I'm gonna go dehydrate. And I'll rehydrate after. So I'll be back in a quick minute. I don't want to hydrate while dehydrate. That's weird. I'm back to hydrate normally, not while I'm dehydrating, like you weirdos want me to do. Disgusting, disgusting. You disgust me. Awesome. That's for you, Bunlivia. Alright. We got 19 whole gushes. Can't believe it. I canceled by accident. 19. It was 19. I know for a fact I read 19. I saw 19. I'm not beating you out of anything. 19 whole gushes. Can't believe it. As I back up, my character's also backing up way too much. Where is the screen? Where is the quote-unquote face cam? There we are. Quote-unquote face cam. Quote-unquote face cam. Yes, by quote-unquote, this is totally a face cam. Totally a real-ass face cam. Not anything else. Not anything else at all. Yep, I should set a preset for squats. I need to do that at some point. We're gonna do that. Another hydrate, Bunlivia. Okay, you're getting your mileage out of your hydrates, but your last one. This is my real face. Reset position. Where is it? Where's the button? I can't see. There it is. I'm almost blind. And I need to... Ah. There we go. Whoa, I'm huge. Hey, yo. Alright. Got 19 squats. That's not one. That was me pushing the chair away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Over here. I wish this reset the camera angle, but it doesn't. It just resets my position. It resets the tracking of my face. Anyways, thank you, Possum and Bun Livia, for joining me on this very, very sapphic journey. Thank you for all the hydrates, the posture checks, the head pats, the no, those are blocks. The chucking things at my face, the Lebsian, the one Lebsian redeem. I love that. That was a great one. That was a good one. Let me just reset the gush thing manually with my fingers. Because it's just a text thing on OBS. It's just a text thing. That's all it is. Not very sophisticated as. Not as sophisticated as rats. Because yeah. Anyways, let's see. Who do we got? Not many people I know. Lovely. Let's see. Anyone else? Let's check this Discord server as usual. Just go through. Why is my friend sitting alone in a Valorant VC? Streaming his Valorant gameplay to himself. A tad bizarre. I mean, you can do it. You can do it. What you can do? You can do whatever you want, bro. But that's weird. By yourself, sitting there. Okay. Anyone here? Probably not. Me there. This one. I have someone I have in mind, but just checking, making sure I'm not missing anyone of actual interest. No, just that one person. All right, it's fine. All right. Here you are. Right, we need to read message. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of the day as well. I need to set up a raid command at some point in my life, but let's set the raid message first, so I have that in order. Because I like doing things for the sub people. Got this to be the sub one, and any non-subs, I need to find another emote. I really wish I used the streamer pride, but not everyone has that. I don't think you use that one. Unless you can, I'd be surprised. But I don't think you can, so we'll use this instead. We got this one. That also works, but no, not that pride possum. I mean, like this one, and this one, and this one. I don't think you can use those, can you? I don't think you have those, because it was like, I don't know how you got them. It was like from like 2 years ago or something. It's been a while. From a while ago. Yeah. Anyways, let's go send out the raid. Where's the raid button? Here you are. There's a raid button. /raid. They're currently playing Core Master. Don't know what that is at all. Don't know what Core Master is in the slightest. at all. But yeah, hope y'all enjoy the stream. Hope you have a good rest of the day. Tomorrow, I'll probably do some more Tears of the Kingdom. Whether I'm going to be muted or not, I don't know. What time, I don't know either. I'll figure that out eventually. And then next week, Cypher Sunday is a Ebehime game. With Ebehime, she makes good games. She made Winter Days and also a fairy song. And yeah, hope you all enjoy the stream, and I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. If not, I don't know. Hope you have a good night. Maybe later tonight if Rat does something, and y'all love Rat. And yeah, bye bye.